Morning, everybody. Those are not USB disconnect sounds, they are USB connect sounds. Nothing to see here. I just unplugged some stuff and forgot to replug it back in for today. How are we all? Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Nice to be back in the seat with you all. Right, plan for today, for those of you that haven't read the stream title, is we're going to... Where are we going? We're going to Bristol from Ibiza, because of course on Thursday night we flew down here as part of the Mastering Bristol tour, and we're going to fly back to Bristol today, and then we're going to see if we got time to get over to Dublin, because that is the next pairing of flights. So after we do Ibiza, Bristol, then we can do Bristol, Dublin, Dublin, Bristol. I very much doubt we'll have time to get back to Bristol from Dublin. Part of me wonders if we're pushing it getting to Dublin. I think we'll be okay. We should have plenty of time for that. But getting back, I would say, is... out of the question, I would have thought. Is there anyone flying with us today? Let's have a little look. Let's have a little looky. Where's me thingy? Aha, here we go. There's somebody. Paul, nice. And I am... What am I today? Air070 Whiskey. Must remember that. As for the way out of Ibiza, we are going 06 Ipama for Foxtrot into Bristol, expecting 27 Tojack 2 Bravo ILS BRI 1 transition. Jolly good. Anyway, nice to see you all. Philip, Grumpy, we've got Flight Wings, Sandman, Pope, Flashy, Joseph, and Aero Switzerland are both in Twitch. Morning to you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Here we go then. So we're in the A321. I'm using the IAE engines with sharklets today. I kind of feel like, I don't know why, I kind of feel like that's my favourite A321. I enjoy this A321 rather a lot. Anyway, enough yapping. We need to get in here and get the old girl fired up. So, up to the top. Haha, first thing to go wrong for the day. I think this is the first time I've flown the A321 IAE sharklets since we have used chase planes, so I need to import my views from an old one, like that one. If we import all of them, replace. There we go. Done and done. It's weird, like, even if you just change the engines or the wing fence or whatever, chase plane sees that as an entirely new view, an entirely new plane. It's like, well, you've got no view set up, even though it's, for all intents and purposes, exactly the same. Anyway, overhead panel time. Battery 1 on. Battery 2 on. Why isn't my overhead working? Ooh, ah. There you go, Grumpy. There's the first thing that's gone wrong today. How bizarre. It's doing absolutely nothing. It's lit up, but it ain't doing nothing. Alright, we'll do it the old-fashioned way with the mouse. Battery 1. Battery 2. External power... Grumpy, quiet. Behave yourself. Or I'll get Philip to ban you. Emergency lights. No smoking. Nav and logo. Crew supply. Excuse me. Ground control. Little test. That's all good. Test the engines. Nav's 1, 2, 3. Look at that. Isn't that lovely? Just say the word. Thank you, Philip. I always liked you, Philip. You know when you first meet somebody like that, good guy, Philip. I like Philip. Wasn't sure about Grumpy. Oh, man. Oh, man. Right. Over to the EFB then. Let's get the flight pulled in. Why isn't my overhead working? I bet it's a USB issue. Traitor from Mank. Oh, what have I started now? You two behave yourselves. Bex, you finally moved over to 24. Nice one. Yeah, it's probably about right, isn't it? It's probably about time. I mean, my point of view always was, when we got the PMDG, when we got Chase Plane, it was like, you know, probably about time. How many are we taking then today? 200 out of 200. We've got 30 empty seats. Oh, my word. Cargo, we've got 7 tons, and we're taking 10 tons of fuel. Damn. Come on in, GSX. We need a stellar performance from GSX today. We don't want no mucking around. Okay, the cargo doors are opening. That's always a good sign. Will I be getting the wind control overhead when it releases? I will be very, 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 very tempted. Yes. I'm curious, though, what the price is going to be. When I reviewed the wind control overhead, I kind of started the review by saying I'm immediately conflicted. Because I didn't get the wind control overhead until quite late in the game. Loads of other people reviewed it before I did, like months and months before. It was always in the pipe for me to do it, but all the people I kept talking to at Wingflex were leaving. So like, I'd start talking to one person, they're like, do you want to review the overhead? I'd be like, yeah, sure, send it. This was like, oh, I don't know, back end of 25. And then that person went quiet, and then some new person would appear, be like, oh, hi, I'm taking over from so-and-so. And of course, like a month or so had passed. And they're like, do you want to review the overhead? I'm like, yeah, sure. And then goes dead again, and it's like, oh, I see what's happened here. They've left again. Finally, somebody stuck around long enough to actually get one in the post. But by that point, it was like, not very long ago. Like, was it a month or two ago? And the thing is, by that point, we were in a very different place, because when all the other creators got theirs, pretty much when it launched, it was kind of the only, well, except for Rosefire, it was kind of the only game in town, really. And the reviews were really positive, and they're like, oh, it's really great, the quality is brilliant. And it is great. I like it a lot. And, but I felt my review had to be different, because I was doing mine after FS weekend. When Wind Control came out on stage and were like, 350 for a 1-to-1 like full size thing, and it's like, oh, this one's like 600 from Wingflex. So it kind of put a very different spin on the review, which is weird because the quality of the device hasn't changed a bit, has it? From the original reviews that all said it's good, and it is good, but then when you frame it in a way that you've got like, well, now Wind Controller got theirs coming for way less money, and it's the full thing, yeah, it's weird. It is weird. But, like I said in the video, we don't know when Wind Control's going to release theirs. We don't know when they do release it, how available it will be. It might be one of those things that is technically out, but you can't get one for like 4 months, because they keep going out of stock. The 350 price tag, probably, if that's through the global store, once you add shipping, once you add import duty, it could very well be closer to, you know, 5 maybe, I don't know, when all is said and done. So we'll have to see, we'll see how it shakes out. Could be an interesting time. Why am I not getting any fuel and or baggage? What is going on? Can I just request boarding? Is that a hotfix I can see down the bottom? Do I really want to do that right now? Do I really want to do that right now? I sort of feel like I don't. But at the same time, that might be the thing that's causing the problem. Yeah, because precisely nothing is happening at the minute. Is that because we've got more fuel in our tanks than what we require? I'm just gonna request refueling. That could be a mistake, couldn't it? BP, come on, let's go. Morning, Ross. 6 to 8 months. Yeah. I mean, that in itself is a bit woolly, isn't it? Really? Really? So what's 6 to 8 months from now? What are we in now? June. So that could be... That could easily be February next year. By the time they all immediately go out of stock and they've got a new load ready, that could be March, April, May. And we're in June now. I don't know. I don't want to sound like Mr. Negative, but I'm just trying to be realistic. I'm just trying to be realistic. But it looks really good, doesn't it? It does look amazing. It does look amazing. Good luck to him. Good luck to him. Am I tempted by Wingflex's tiller? I saw they did a tiller. Again, do we know a release date and a price? I missed out on those crucial details. Right, the fuelers are here. So they're going to take fuel out of the plane. 90 bucks. Oof, okay. That's pretty good value, isn't it? And that's Wing Flex, not Wing Control. Because I know Wing Control were doing one. Because I noticed, Ross, you say Wing Flex. Yeah, my plan always was to get the Wing Control tiller. I wasn't aware Wing Flex were making one. Ross is saying Flex. Oh, okay. Bit of competition then in the tiller space. That'd be cool. That would be cool. I've got a lovely little spot for a tiller. Just there. That will be absolutely spot on. We look forward to that. We look forward to that. I see Thrustmaster did a yoke as well, didn't they? Like a GA style yoke. That's quite interesting. I personally got no interest in it at all, but it's nice to see Thrustmaster doing stuff, because it feels a little bit like... Where have you been, guys? Do you know what I mean? Like, where have you been? You got all this stuff from like Moser and Wing Control, Wing Flex. It's like... What have Thrustmaster done? They made a little spaceship flight stick or something in that time. It's crazy. It's got to be good though. We need competition. Because when there's competition, who wins? We win. When there's no competition, who loses? We lose. See Nvidia. Good old Nvidia. I mean, I know you could say there's AMD, but let's be real, AMD are no Nvidia, are they, when it comes to GPUs? Bless them, they try. And more often than not, they end up shooting themselves in the foot one way. Like, they'll release what looks to be the perfect card on paper. And it's like, oh, this is going to be so great. And then they launch it, and it's like, AMD, why all the driver timeouts? Why this? Why that? Like, why are all the vapor chambers, like, broken so the cards are overheating? There's always something. Wing Flex prices for their upcoming hardware is more in line with Wing Control. Well, they need to be. They do need to be, because it always has felt like they're a little bit on the pricier side. And I don't know why they are, to be honest. Cav's got an MCDU and an FCU. Awesome, Cav. Amazing. Wing Flex's new throttle looks identical to Wing Control's. Yeah. Although it's got the trim wheel, hasn't it? I guess that also, if they do one-to-one in terms of the movement of the throttles, because I don't think Wing Controls are. I think they're still like, there's a nice range of movement between idle and climb, but I don't think it's one-to-one. So, we'll see. But then, be honest, how many of you just put it in the climb gate and then just go dunk when you're like 20 feet above the runway to idle? Do you know what I mean? Have I looked at the new EFBX? No, I haven't, Cav. I saw it, and I did think that looks cool. I hope it is what it sort of says it is. That looks quite interesting, that. What did you all think of Expo on the whole? I mean, I sort of looked at it. I feel like I'm losing my voice. I sort of looked at it a little bit. I was watching the keynote on and off, and I'll be honest, I was waiting for Wind Control to get on stage. That was the only reason I was keeping an eye on it, because I was like, I want to see what Wind Control have got to say. And they never showed up. Presumably because they showed us all the stuff at FS Weekend, and it would have been just a rinse and repeat on stage. That being said, that didn't stop Moser from doing the same thing, did it? But there we go. Yeah, I see 27's going to be in Vegas. That almost tempts me to go just because it's in Vegas. I'd love to go back to Vegas. I went to Vegas in 2015 and I'd love to see how it's changed. I really would. They're all saving it for Bristol. They better be. They better be. Bristol's going to be a great one. You're getting flights in today? Awesome. Hope you enjoy it. I must admit that it does feel like we're getting a lot of AI kind of shite, to be honest, with all these product announcements. Like, the amount of time I'd be like, oh, it's another one of these. Like, can't somebody do some tillers or some throttles or just something? You know, I don't need another AI hoojamaflip. At the risk of sounding like an old man that's grumpy at AI. I'm not. I use AI for bits and pieces, like 3D modelling, and I was writing a little PHP script with it yesterday. So, you know, it's very, very handy. Like, I'm not trying to sound like an old boomer or anything, but at the same time, I feel like perhaps it's been a bit overdone. Even Moser used AI. Yeah, I saw people on Reddit kicking off about that. Apparently one of the pictures, is it the picture of the MCDU or something? They just got AI to generate it for the slide. It's weird, isn't it? Flight Sim community seems to get a lot of AI slop. Yeah. Yeah, they do. It's coming from all directions at the minute, I would say. Like I say, I don't mind using AI for, like, doing dumb tasks that take me ages. Like, for example, quite often when I make a thumbnail, I will take... If I took, like, a screenshot of, like, the plane that you can see right now, obviously not at this angle because that would look crap, but if you get, like, a reasonable, like, close-up shot, I might take a screenshot of that plane, and I might then overlay it on a background of clouds to make a thumbnail. Or something like that. And it takes forever to, like, trace around the plane to get it just right, and then, you know, to make sure that the lighting effect matches what the lighting effect on the clouds is. It's just kind of busy work, and it's like I could be doing better things. So I'll use AI maybe for that, but I wouldn't be like, make me a thumbnail for the Airbus A320 flying from A to B. Go. And then it just generates whatever the hell it wants to generate, and then guess what? You look like everyone else. Immediately you've lost your competitive advantage because you look the same as everyone else. You look like you haven't tried. You look like you don't really care to a large degree, which to me makes me think, well, if I'm going to click on that video, what crap's going to be in the video if that's what's on the front on the thumbnail? So I don't know. I don't know. It's got its place, but I feel like any new technology, people are feeling it out, aren't they? They're trying to see where its limits are, and there's always that risk that it gets overdone to begin with. So that's okay. People are figuring it out, they're playing with it. But I feel like I've got a very strong sense of what I will and what I won't use it for. I'm fairly certain quite a lot of creators are using it for script writing because they're all starting to sound the same in their sentence structure, in the way that they sort of, their speech. It's like, I don't know. Are you just saying, I'm making a video about X, write me a script, and then reading it into the mic? I really hope they're not, but you sort of listen to how they're talking, and it's like, that sounds almost like you're reading an AI-generated answer. Don't know. There's some weird stuff going on YouTube at the minute. Like, all over the place. I'm not talking about flight sim creators necessarily, I'm talking about, like, literally every video I'm watching recently. It's like, it just feels like we're losing our humanity a little bit, and I'm concerned about that. Because what happens? It's just a race to the bottom. Everyone can get a $20 AI subscription. We can all make AI thumbnails in a heartbeat. We can all make scripts with it in a heartbeat. And then what? We all sound like we're just parroting AI. Don't know. I don't know. But if you give it a specific task, like loop through this data set and pull out these fields and put it into a separate CSV file or something, Great, because that would have taken me probably half an hour to code that. Whereas I can just describe the problem, hit enter, and it's done it. Then I can be getting on with making a video. So yeah, I don't know. Sketchy says AI is making us all stupider. There is a risk of that, I believe, because think about how many times people are Googling for answers where they used to Google and then they would start clicking websites. They would read website number 1, maybe they'd come back out, go to website number 2, come back out, go to website number 3. And then they've seen 2, 3, maybe 4 sources of information, use their critical thinking skills to weigh up which one is probably correct, compare and contrast one against the other, see if one's obviously talking nonsense where the others aren't, and come to a decision. Whereas now we get, that's the answer. And we just go, yeah, cool. And that, in a way, is, over time, as a society, I feel like we could get steered constantly. Our thinking could sort of shift, because we're constantly just being given answers by AI, and we just take them for granted. Which would be a real shame, if that's the case. Good, we are fueled. Let's get the passengers in then. Why is it saying we've only got 7 tons loaded, but my plane's saying they've put 10 in? Oh, it's because it started at 3. That's fine. Let's request a boarding anyway. Like I say, Cav, I don't hate AI. I think it's useful. Why not showing a flight plan? Wait, I know what it is. I've got an extra 0 in. Try that again, shall we? Cheers, Joseph. Air Not 70 Whiskey. I looked at the O in Air Not and then thought that was a 0. My bad. Yeah, I've got no issue with AI necessarily at all. I think for getting rid of busy work tasks, it's brilliant. You know, those repetitive, boring tasks that you just end up having to do, but, you know, you don't really want to do them. You'd rather be doing the creative stuff. Great, give that to AI. But don't give AI the creative stuff. Stay creative. Because if you lose that, we are fucked. Not to put too fine a point on it. Sorry, everybody. 1017 is the QNH. Where are we going? Runway out of runway 06. We're going up to Ipama. Flight level 100. Oh yeah, Ken's in. Where is he? There he is, look. God bless him. He's loving it. He's not worried about AI. FO shoes, yeah. We have a very casual dress policy here at NR. Honestly, I don't know why he appeared like that one day, but that was like months ago, and I've done nothing to get rid of it. So I think it's just pretty cool the way it is. We better do some work down here, because we haven't got long before we need to go. We've got 6 minutes, and there's no way this plane is loading in 6 minutes. We're going to be a little bit late, and I'm sorry. That's just the way it is. Right, init data request. Ibiza, Bristol, alternate Heathrow. Fine, init page. Why am I using my mouse? Init request. Use my MCDU. There's an alternative to AI. What's that, Joanna? Air Not 70 Whiskey for the flight number. Sorry, Flashy. Cruise 340, cost index 60. Beautiful. Wind request. Yeah, I don't need AI, I've got Joanna. Do you want to tell him what you're doing, Joanna, or should I? What am I doing out of here? Leeb, departure. We said 06, didn't we, on the Ipama 4 Foxtrot. There we go. Into Bristol. What are we doing in Bristol? 27. 27, toe jack to Bravo. And it wants us via BRI1. Now we're coming up over Devon, so it actually kind of makes sense to use the BRI1 transition, because otherwise we'll end up vectoring ourselves, which could actually take longer. Who knows, we might get some 80... No, of course we won't. Of course we won't. Is it just me, or is the throttle mount 5 from wind control a bitch to attach the actual throttle to? Yeah, it's not easy, because you got to get those little square nuts exactly in the right place, and then get your screw through the throttle and the little thing without then the screw sort of bashing into the nut and knocking it out the way. It's, yeah, just, yeah. It's not easy. It's not easy. Secondary flight plan, inits LEIB/LEIB from and to. Grumpy, can I ask you a question, what you do for your secondary flight plan when you're departing? Because I always put in the SID, so I'll go here on the top for the departure, Ibiza, departure, and I'll put in the exact same departure that I'm planning to do. But someone, and I forget who, came in once and said, oh no, you don't put in the SID, you put in like a runway heading track that's like 20 miles out, and put in a waypoint, and then you just head there. But surely you'd want to stay on your SID, wouldn't you? If that's the plan, stay on your SID. If there's a problem, call ATC and be like, look, we're in the shit, and then you can turn back. I don't know. What are my thoughts on X-Plane? I don't really have a lot of thoughts on X-Plane. I haven't really tried it. Well, I haven't tried it. I'm glad you all like it. Like, a lot of people seem to enjoy it, and that's amazing. Right, for the arrival, I'm just going to put in ILS 06, and then we can just do like a direct to the waypoint if we get into trouble. I do said then find a point to hold, and then set up for the arrival. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, because you're already going to be on your SID, potentially, when something goes wrong. So what use is like a waypoint 20 miles out, directly on the runway heading, because you could be 20 miles to the east, heading in the other direction. So surely better that you stay on the SID. Again, like you say, find a place to hold, or... I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, that's what we're doing today, whether it's right or wrong. I should ask Hanny, really. Hanny will be able to tell me. That's what I loved about going up to see Hanny at Gatwick, which is like, you ask a question, you get an answer. Whereas the amount of people in the comments, especially on like things like TikTok and, you know, Facebook Reels, everyone knows everything, and until they don't. Like, if you ask a follow-up question, normally they'll give you some sort of statement, usually telling you that you're wrong and you should do it this way, and you go, well, why is that? And then they can't answer you. So it's like, I understand. Has the wind changed a little bit, has it? We can have a look at that. According to charts, we should be on runway 24 as tailwind is under 5 knots. Well then, what are they doing in real world? If in doubt, real world. That looks like 06 to me. That is 06, isn't it? Because 24 would be that way. 06 in real world. Stick with 06. Are we loaded yet? No, we're not. We will be quite soon though, so let's not waste any time. Let's get that APU fired. We'll do the fuel pumps, of course. Put the seatbelt lights on because we finished fueling. Oh, nice, Jonah. We'll have a look at that in a minute. That's weird then, Joseph, isn't it, that real world they're still on 6? Right, how many we got left? We've got another 50 to go. Cargo's all in. Then we can rock and or... Hey, there's their feet, look. There's that insane realism again. Potentially, Joseph. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, if in doubt, I'll generally just look at what they're doing in real world and take a view on that. Lee, I don't know. I'd be interested to see how heavy it is. So I've got a projector Visa mount that I've got hanging from my ceiling to hold the Wing Flex one. And I reckon it'd probably hold the wing control one. I mean, it looks big, but it might actually be quite light. I don't know. Don't know. I mean, that Amazon projector mount, what a find from Grumpy. That was £12 off of Amazon. And I thought, this is going to turn up and be a complete load of rubbish. Like, it's going to be like Plastic City. It wasn't. Like, so much of it is metal. Wing control said it's, the rep said it's somewhat light. Yeah. I heard it's 8 kilos. And how heavy's my Wing Flex one? It's definitely not 8 kilos. But then what's the maximum weight of that cinema mount? I don't know. Some don't follow IRL. Yeah, there, that's the thing, Mystic. I feel like 06 is reasonable, given that they're doing it in real world, given that we do technically have a headwind, albeit 2 knots. Would you trust a £12 mount to hold 400 quid? Well, I'm trusting it to hold $600 at the moment, albeit it's a lighter $600. But honestly, it's like... Let me show you. Right, keep an eye on the yoke cam. Oh, hey, there it is, look. You see it? So that plate that gets... So I've got a plank of wood that's going across my ceiling, because I've got roofing. The roof things go that way, so I've got that bit of wood that like straddles the roof batten things, and then that just goes straight into that. So that's a metal plate. It's a metal pole that comes down, and then it goes into a little Visa mount. Joists, thank you. That's a word. Yeah, it's cracking. I love it. What a find that was. 12 quid. I mean, Wingflex wanted $159 for a little thing that clamps to the back of your desk, comes up over and then hangs it out. And it looked very similar to those cheap Amazon monitor mounts, just slightly bigger. And those Amazon ones are like, what, 18? It's like, how have you gone from 18 to 160? That's ridiculous. I'm not paying that. That felt like a stretch too far. Right, flaps 2 up 0.9 is the plan. Out of here, 144, 152, 153. And we'll send that to the MCDU. So, init page B is in, 10.2 tons of fuel is loaded, 0 fuel weight, 72.7. Yeah, taxi, trip fuel, RTE, alternate. That's all looking good. Let's go to Java. Thank you for following. Performance page 144, 152, 153. Flaps 2 up 0.9. Flex temp 48. Good. All right then. In that case, let's do beacon on. Get the hell out of here. We're only 5 minutes late. Apparently, EasyJet say anything under 15 minutes is considered on time. Wood things that hold up the roof. That's what they are, Ross. Yeah, Flashy, we got like proper little, it comes with like proper like nuts and bolts. Specs on the ceiling mount says maximum weight is 13 kilos. Yeah, there you go then. I think we'd be alright. Secondary flight plan is often used to program a return to the departure airport or diversion airport, including ILS, etc., etc. Can save you lots of time and effort if you have a problem to deal with. Yeah, so the question we had was, what do you put as your departure? So I put in my SID in the departure, and I just popped in the ILS of 06 for the return. because then you got some waypoints to just quickly vector. If you get vectored, then you can do a direct to the ILS, pick it up. I don't know. Good morning, David. So we're going to do a nose left, tail right. Ibiza traffic, N.70 whiskey. You ready to check?
555.
Thanking you. In that case, Ibiza traffic, N.70 whiskey from stand 28, pushing back, facing southwest. Nose left, tail right. One of these days I'm going to get it wrong. I haven't yet. Amazingly, this is one of the things I haven't messed up so far. He doesn't do SID. Waypoint to a hold, and then sets up a page for arrival. Okay. There's nothing wrong with my roof, Ross. Well, actually, there might be. I might need to refelt it at some point. Right. Behold the Phoenix sounds. New sky started. Yes, it is. Let's go flaps 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard our Airbus A321. Please pay attention to illuminated signs and crew instructions.
About a 2-hour flight up to Bristol.
Following safety procedures. The safety card found in your seat pocket contains important information about exit routes, oxygen masks, life jackets, and the brace position which you must adopt. Ace brace. There are 8 emergency exits on this aircraft.
You can 2-start.
Nearest to you. Please be aware. The nearest visible exit.
I was going to say, Cav, does it come down to SOPs?
Emergency lighting will guide you to an exit. In an emergency, leave all baggage on board. Your seatbelt is fastened, adjusted, and released as shown. It must be fastened whenever the seatbelt signs are on, and we recommend that you keep it fastened at all times. If the air supply fails,
Copy the main flight plan to secondary, then change your arrival. So normally I'll go into the init page and just do like departure airport / departure airport.
Over your nose and mouth and breathe normally. Hold the mask in place.
Most airports
Pull off
have
each side.
engine out SID, which gives specific routing in case of an emergency. Okay, maybe we need to look into that then. That's probably the play, isn't it? Maybe AirNot needs a bit of SOP going on. Am I only streaming on YouTube? I'm streaming on YouTube, both in vertical, which I believe where you are right now. We've got horizontal stream, which is like the main one, to be honest, and then we've got Twitch. I would be on TikTok, but my encoder breaks when we do that, so too many encodes, because TikTok won't give me a stream key. 2 good engines. Get the taxi light on. Let's go and have a look up top then, what have we got going on. Nav and logo's on, beacon's on, taxi light's on, everyone's belted up. We ain't looking half bad, are we? We ain't looking bad. Let's get rid of my scratch pad. Do auto brake to max. Get our constraints on. Go. Engine back into neutral. Arm those. I'll do predictive wind shear before we line up. That's normally what I'll do. Check the cabin. Good to roll. Whoopsie. Bong bong. Morning, Martin. How are you? Oh, Ryan's in as well, look. Right, my taxiway instructions are going to be going to holding point Echo 9er via Tango. Ibiza traffic, Aeronaut 70 Whiskey taxiing to runway 06, holding point Echo 9er via Tango, Ibiza.
Please traffic, Aeronaut 46 Papa Romeo, we're going to push back from 25 once the cabin is passed.
I will get out to the left, I think. Get out of your way then. Oh, she sounds good. I don't know if any of you watch Steve Marsh. He's a travel YouTuber, but he's just been on a package holiday to Ibiza. But he wouldn't tell us where he was going. The whole point was we're going on a Jet 2 package holiday, and I'm not telling you where we're going until we get there, and you have to guess. That's kind of the whole shtick of the video. And as soon as I looked out, he showed a thing of like the plane landed, and I was like, that's Ibiza. Well, I was like, how do you know that? It's like, I've been there. She's like, no, you haven't. I was like, well, I've been there in the sim. It's basically the same. She's like, you're such an idiot. It's like, shut up. Having a bit of a domestic on the sofa. Make a left here. In fact, we have to make a left here, otherwise we will end up in a dead end. We don't want that, do we? This is the Phoenix A321. What I need to do actually is figure out how to get my eye tracker working with Chaseplane again, because Sim Update 5 ruined it. There was one night where all of a sudden it was like, what the hell's going on with my eye tracker, and I just unplugged it and I haven't tried it again since, and I'm really missing it. Like right now I'd be, you know, looking to the right and then doing that thing where you sort of lock your eyes onto the taxiway line and then the camera just magically shifts. I'm missing that a ton. Another job! How much was the Boeing yoke and thrust? Well, I've only got the Boeing yoke. I don't have the Boeing thrust levers. Boeing yoke, I think, was around... I think I got it on a fairly good deal. I paid just over $250 for it, which was cheap considering. Is this my full-time job? No, it's my part-time job. Could well become my full-time job though if we keep at it. It's not just the streaming. I think a lot of people see the streams and they're like, is this all you do? It's like, no, we do like video content. I've got another channel. I've got another channel. I've got about 3 YouTube channels that we look after now. Obviously streaming on Twitch, uploading to TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, although I've been a bit slack on that recently. You kind of got to be the whole package, I think, in 2026 if you want it to work out. Cheers, Astro. Or astronomical, I should say. I rudely shortened your name then for my own convenience. What's my full-time job? I'm not willing to say. It's not interesting. You wouldn't care if I told you. You'd be like, oh, that sounds incredibly mediocre and boring and not at all interesting. It's just there's no upside to me telling you. The only thing that could potentially happen is that my employer gets angry at me.
Taxiing 06, Echo, holding on Echo 9, but Tango.
I'm not a spy. If I turn up with a black eye one day, you're going to be like, yep, he's a spy. You turn up wearing shades, refuse to take them off. I was thinking about getting some shades, actually, because this bloody streaming light is like... Look how bright it makes my hand. That's like, it's almost like right in my eyes all day long. I do wonder whether there's some, like... Maybe some aviators. That'd be a bit on brand, wouldn't it? All spies denied. I'm not a spy! Yeah. Be a streamer and get bullied all day online. Here we go. Is there anyone coming? Where are you lot going? No flight plan, brilliant. Dubai, there's no one around, is there? Oh no, there is someone coming in. Although they're likely to be a minute, they're still at 11,000 feet. We are fine. Ibiza traffic, N70 Whiskey, lining up, taking off runway 06, Ipama 4 Foxtrot, Ibiza. Not a spy.
Good flight, sir.
Predictive wind shear on. Let's do Tara, start the clock. Let's have a nice flight to Bristol. Traffic warden. Oh, that'd be funny, wouldn't it, if I was a traffic warden? I think I'd have just the right level of snark to really pee people off as well. I can tell you a job I used to do. I used to work on the...
Traffic, region 6 for 12, passing 10,000 feet, continuing approach, expecting ILS for runway 06. This moment, 40 miles out.
I used to work on the help desk for Curry's. My word. That was many years ago now, but... Let me tell you, that job is character building. Character building, that job. Jesus. The amount of Muppets, entitled Muppets that you get. I'm sure some of them come in, they just want to fight, to be honest. It's like they've sat outside in the car park in their car and they rehearse their little lines in their head, all their little, like, 1-2 punch lines that they're going to throw at you. Oh, it's hilarious. Right. Shall we? Manflex 46, SRS green, runway green, auto thrust blue. B1. Rotate. Come on. Nice and easy in the 321, so we don't want a tail strike. Positive climb, gear up. Levers back into climb. Dip the nose. Ibiza traffic, N070 Whiskey, airborne out of 06, passing 2000. Ibiza traffic. Okay, go back to flaps 1. Malin, you were Curry's manager, no way. You've probably got the same sort of stories I've got then. Okay, we're going to stick with flaps 1 because we are still below the speed we need to be at to retract them. Why is my AGP flickering? Stop it. Can you see that? It's having a little disco in it.
Having traffic head on 46 Papa, they're lining up, taking off on runway 06 on the F4 Foxtrot.
Left-hand turn coming up. Here we go. I love being able to hand fly while looking out the window. I just follow the flight directors on here. You can't really get it wrong. Well, you can, but...
Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your seatbelt fastened whilst the seatbelt sign is on. We recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever you are seated. Toilets are located at each end of the cabin. Remember that smoking is not permitted at any time. This includes e-cigarettes.
Here we go. Starting to speed up now. Just get the flaps away.
Our in-flight service, offering you the chance to choose from our fresh selection available today. Full details can be found in your in-flight brochure. You can also purchase a selection of hot beverages together with drinks and snacks from
Couple of left-hand turns, then
major credit and debit cards.
we will let the plane take over.
Just ask us as we join you in the cabin shortly.
Why is my AGP flickering? It's got to be a USB issue, right? Standard pressure. Quite a tiny little island, really, isn't it? All things being considered. I always think of Ibiza as being bigger than perhaps it is, but it's kind of tiny. I know everything looks small from the air. It shouldn't be a power issue though, Joanna, because it's going into a powered, like a 90-watt powered USB hub. Maybe it is. Who knows?
Well, that'll be the traffic at 46 Papa, right, 006, passing 1,500.
I feel like you've got a hand fly N1, yeah, like... Especially in a sim, it's like, we buy all this kit and then turn autopilot on. That just seems a bit backwards somehow. Right, we need to check in on the pole in a minute. I don't know what to do about the iFly. We'll talk about that more in a second. Alright, I'm going to make the executive decision to climb now flight level 340. Ibiza traffic, A070 Whiskey, climbing now flight level 340, final call, Ibiza traffic. Here we go then. Lights off. We'll straighten up. And mostly it's fun. Yeah, like hand flying is so fun. I was like hand flying until like 25,000 feet. What's that, Flashy? All the sponsorship deals you got, just buy it or ask them for it. I don't want to go asking them for it. I missed out on the initial round. There was a thing where you could like sign up in their Discord to be a creator and they might give you one, but I didn't find out about it until basically the plane was launching, and I signed up and they were like, we're sort of done now. And I was like, fair enough, like, it's all good. Like, it's all good. Right, should we let Scumbags Anonymous out? Be free! And spend all your money on drinks. Thought about buying the Max 2, but since the Synaptic A220 and the A380 soon, I'd rather save for those. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of looking at it, I kind of need to look at it through a couple of different lenses. Obviously, there's like me buying it for me. You know, it's a thing that I might like. Little present to myself. You could look at it that way. The other two things to consider is potentially content. And I hate to sound like a mercenary like that, but there is a genuine consideration there that maybe if I buy it, it'll be good for the channel. Then the other consideration is, in order to make a nice livery for it, I need to own it. So it's a way of me being able to get a livery for you guys that do like to fly it, even if I don't end up flying it much myself. Classic example probably will be the Builds A380. Regardless of how good it is or whatever when it launches, irrelevant. Quite likely a lot of people for the airline are going to want to fly it, so I should probably put my hand in my pocket and buy it to get a livery done, if nothing else. Or the alternative is that we do Orion. And I make the livery and send it to Ryan, and then he can put it on his plane, send me a screenshot, and then I can adjust as necessary. Sean says it's pointless turning the seatbelts off because they'll be cowering in their seats covered in Burger King crumbs after a week in Ibiza. That's the way though, right? The Vector 787 looks interesting. The E-Jets, I don't know about the E-Jets. Don't know about the E-Jets. Just not sure they're the sort of thing I would fly that much. But again, if you guys want it, I should probably sort out a livery. Yeah. Right, what's the poll doing? How's my poll doing? 65% say yes, 34% say no, over 62 votes. That's actually... I thought it'd be like 95% saying yes, to be honest. That's interesting. I have the E-Jets and haven't flown them in months. You own them as well? They're awful. I thought Luke, British AvGeek, said like there was an experimental branch and it's getting better. I mean, I haven't really kept up on it, to be honest with you. I haven't really kept up on what they're doing. Connect it at the last moment. Yeah, well, that's right, isn't it? Like, hand flying is more fun than not. Oh, look out, Robert, what have you done? Today I bit the bullet on upgrading to an AM5 motherboard and chipset. And when I asked Scan for the price of 32 gig, they said it was a couple of cups of coffee, 483 to be precise. Oh my word. Yeah, 32 gig of RAM now is what, like 400-500 quid? That's... I mean, what the hell? What the hell? And DDR4's climbing slowly, isn't it? It wasn't long ago my 5800X 3D was worth quite a lot because it can use DDR4, which was considered cheaper. So then the chip went up in value. It's like, man. All for those AI thumbnails, eh? Totally worth it. Totally worth it. Man, I can't believe you used to be a Currys manager. That's so cool. Yeah, I can tell you, working at Currys on the tech support desk, character building stuff, that. The only reason I left was, I thought it was quite a cool little job, to be honest. It was an alright little job, because we had a really, really strong team. We were basically like 4 or 5 nerds in a cupboard, mending stuff. Like screwdrivers, and like, it's a proper little like IT workshop. It's great. And then it was announced that we weren't allowed to touch stuff anymore. It all had to go to the repair centre, and it was like, oh man. But then for months and months and months we would just carry on doing it anyway, and just like, yeah, whatever, and just won't send it away, we'll do it in the shop. And the customers loved it, because like they could drop something in on a Saturday, and by Sunday morning we were ringing being like, yeah, it's all done, rather than, oh, it'll be 7 to 10 working days to get it sent away to the repair centre cock it up like they always do. And then it's like, well, it's going to have to go away again because they messed it up. And it's like, but don't worry, it'll be free. And they're like, I don't care about it being free. I care that it's going to take another week. Like, what are you going to do about it? It's like, well, I'll just send it away again. Awful for the customer. Absolutely awful for the customer. And then it got to the point where they were like, no, really, you can't touch anything. They gave me a USB key one day, and they said, this USB stick will find and fix any fault. Just plug it in. And I was like, what? Like, if what you're saying is true, you're holding like $1 trillion idea in your hand. There is no way that's true. They're like, oh, it is. It's like, you're full of shit. I'm out of here. Like, I can't stay here anymore. It was fine when you left us all alone and let us be nerds in a cupboard. And between us, there wasn't much we couldn't fix. It was good. But yeah, it was definitely time to go. It had run its course, and that was a shame. The only downside of that job was, yes, it was cool repairing all the laptops and the this and the that, but being on the support bar meant you got angry people coming up to you when their fridge wasn't delivered. That was the major downside of the job. And or telling somebody they couldn't have a refund that they thought they were entitled to when in fact they weren't. That was another big one. Turns out people don't like that. Go figure. Oh, you wouldn't be the only one, Joanna. We had a guy that worked with us, and it was like a running joke, like, who's he going to flip out on today? Basically, like, every day he would flip out at somebody. We had a little sign in our little repair cupboard, and it was like, days since, I won't say his name, days since so-and-so's last incident, and it was always set to 0. Because every day he'd come in. Remember one guy threatened to take him outside and beat him up. Couldn't believe that. Because he wouldn't refund a Dyson cordless Hoover that the guy had clearly mangled. I'll take you outside and beat you up. It's like, go on then. It's like, oh, no, don't say go on then. Like, let's calm the situation down. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Sean. I'm not surprised. The amount of like unpicking we had to do after, because the repair teams were like completely isolated from us. Like, we would sell it. It would go, well, not I wouldn't, but the guys would sell it. It would then go to the distribution centre, and there are several dotted all around the country, and depending on where you live, it comes out of a specific distribution centre. That's where the installers go to work every day, and then they drive off in their van. And yeah, they're just dumb stuff, like someone installed a really high-end washing machine, didn't take the transit bolts out, and then we're like, there you go customer, all done, turned it on, I'll just put it on spin just to test it for you with the transit bolts in. And of course, like, you imagine the noise and There you go, Sean, that's the way. Yeah, it was good while it was good, that job. It was perfect for the time. It was exactly what I needed it to be. It was good fun. It was a good bunch of guys. It's a bit like the IT crowd, really. Like, we were all a little bit weird in our own ways. We all had these, like, weirdnesses. Like, we could have made a little sitcom in there. I'm fairly convinced of it. But yeah, good fun. I generally look back on it and think that those were good days. They were good days. Well, the early part of it was, and then, yeah, as it became more and more, send it away to the repair centre. It's just like, what are we even doing here? What are we even doing here, you know? Maybe we should just not. And then one by one we all left. And one by one they didn't replace us. And that was that, really. Shame. Fairly certain Noms used to do it as well. I was talking to Noms about it once. And again, he was saying like, oh yeah, we used to repair stuff all the time when we weren't allowed to, and customers loved it. It's like, of course they loved it. Imagine going into like your local Currys and you're sort of thinking like, oh god, who's going to be on the desk? What sort of muppet am I going to have to deal with? And then you get someone that's actually good, and they're like, yeah, we'll get that done for you by tonight. And it's like, oh my god, really? It's like, yeah, for real. They loved it. I should buy the Max. The iFly, you mean, Doc? I'm strongly considering it. I need to turn my AC on. It's getting ridiculously hot in here. It's not even warm out there, not really, is it? It's really not. Although my hay fever's been acting up like you wouldn't believe. Only like the last 4 days. I woke up like 4 days ago and I was like, oh, my eyes. You know when you get that like hay fever eyes feeling? 100% getting that. Ryan, will you behave? Currently at 68% for the iFly Max at the moment. It's not 25 today, is it, Joanna? We need to talk about what Joanna's been doing as well in a minute, actually. You're relying on AC right now, can't live without it. Yeah, so I moved, this is like, I don't know if you can see it, probably can't. I've got a little portable one out here. Only like a cheapie, really, it's not particularly good or powerful. But when it was super hot a couple of weeks ago, I moved it into the house. And after a couple of hours, it did cool the room down. Like, the room was very, very pleasant to be in. Noisy, but very, very pleasant. And we turned it off, and within 5 minutes, the room was hot. Like, uncomfortably hot. I do think maybe, I don't know, I hate to do it because I feel like I'm just contributing to the problem, but like, it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter almost every year. Which then makes you think, oh, we'll install aircon, but then of course that's like, it's kind of the problem that we're all like using too much electricity, isn't it? I don't know. We've got solar, so I feel like we'd be alright for the most part. But yeah, I certainly wouldn't want to be without it in here now. Were you landing in Sweden or what? No, we're going to Bristol. We're going to Bristol. Apparently, we're going to be there in 1 hour and 45 minutes. One hour and 45. How do I call my CPU? I've got a... who made it? I've got a Peerless Assassin. dual tower cooler. This is where people go, why didn't you get an AIO? It's like, because they're basically doomed to fail, aren't they? At a certain point, they're going to degrade in their performance, and they're going to clog, and they're going to just get rubbish. And then you'd have to spend another 100 odd quid again. Or you can spend like 40 and set it and forget it. Ryan, you can come and be a spy with me if you want, if you need job ideas. No, sorry, Viking, I can't do that. We're going to Dublin afterwards. Yeah, we're always looking for spies. Oh, damn it. Cat's out the bag now. Air-cooled is the way to go. I think so. Like, if I was running a massively, massively overclocked 14900K from Intel, and I was pushing it to the absolute limits, and I was an enthusiast overclocker, and an AIO would allow me to get more out of it consistently, yeah, fine. But I'm running a 9800X3D, which is, you know, it's a bit of a hot chip, but it's not a 14900K, is it? I find a tower cooler is more than adequate. More than adequate. And it cost me like less than £40. And it's got an RGB fan, which obviously makes it cool better. We all know that. And it makes the CPU faster. Enough said. Are we over Barca already? We are, aren't we? Barca is down there, I think. Yeah, it does the job for me. Lovely, Robert. I had a little thought. Let me show you. I've typed in pint, not pint. Right, it's paint drawing time again. I had a little thought, right? Let's go brush. How do I make my brush bigger? That'll do. Right, so this is a cross-section view of my shed. This is the dividing wall. These are the two rooms that make up the shed. So the actual building of the shed is split into two. I am on this side, and this side is full of rubbish. Bikes. Classic garden shed stuff, alright? I've got my desk that runs along like this, and my PC sits here. At the moment, I've got a custom 3D printed little bracket that comes off of my fans, and then I've got some piping that then blows the air into next door. I've also got another fan here that's got an extractor fan that sucks the hot air from the GPU specifically that comes firing out the back of my PC into there. Now, one idea I had, I don't know how much of a good idea this is that I lose all of this and I put a water-cooled radiator thing here and I bore a tiny little hole through and then run the stuff into my PC. Therefore, the heat all in this shed, and I thought it might cool the room down a bit. Trouble is in winter would concern me because it can get quite cold. I guess you could put antifreeze in the... If it was it'd have to be a custom loop, right? Dunno. Could be a terrible idea, that. Could be a truly dreadful idea. What are your temps during streams? Let's have a look. Can I see it in here? Don't think I can I? No, I need to load up Doodah. And by Doodah, I mean AMD Adrenalin. $73, $72. It's about right, isn't it? Again, could I get more? Could I get it lower if I had an all-in-one? Probably. What's the old GPU doing? Oh my word! I need to resort out my GPU. I feel like my mouse has gone really bad. There we go. So I've limited the frequency on my GPU. What the temp's going to do? Pretty much the same. They're all basically the same. Well, dude, that's just the job. What case have I got? I've got a NZXT, sorry. NZXT H5 Flow. Which again, is probably not going to win any awards on the Gamers Nexus case review thingy, but it was cheap. You know? I mean, there's probably still some work I could do on the CPU. It's running completely stock. I've never done a thing to it, so I might look at doing a PBO thing to it or something like that. That was an awful American accent. Sorry, Ryan. Forgiveness, please. What are my thoughts on Wind Control? Thinking of buying my first panel from them. Yeah, I've had a really good experience. I have, full disclosure, I've just had my throttles replaced by them because of that the speed brake fault thing. I got in touch with them and they replaced it. I also had my left throttle went wobbly as well. So the two screws that like secure the plastic lever to the presumably the stalk, they were loose. And I don't know if you remember on my review I said like one of they got little arrows on the bottom of the levers, so obviously you can see what the exact throttle percentage you're using. One of them was wonky, and I remember saying, "Oh, that's weird. It's wonky. Probably like a QC issue." I think basically it was loose, or it was the beginning of it being loose, and it just worsened over time. So they swapped out the unit. So we got a new one we're running today. So they also said if any of you guys have it with that, particularly the screws going loose or anything, you should reach out to them. So that's that. The X3D chips PBO is a must. Yeah, I need to look into it. With the 9800 X3D, I believe the Vcache is now underneath, isn't it? So it's not necessarily insulating the cores in the same way that it was on the 58 and 7800 X3D, because it was on top. So it was almost like the Vcache acted like an insulating layer. You got H510? I've got H510 in my streaming PC. That was my first case. Well, recently. I need to get a good setup, but I'm living with a TCA side stick and some cheap throttles that I use on my yoke as well. Yeah, but if it works, right? Like, don't beat yourself up. Like, I started this channel on a TCA side stick. Used it for ages. Ages and ages and ages. Like, just because better stuff exists, it doesn't mean that yours is rubbish. Like, I had a great time with that stick for well over a year, probably more. Got pretty good with it. Is it 100% realistic? No, of course it's not. But it's like 50 quid. So, you know, we have to be realistic. I think it's good. Good little stick. If I were buying it again, if I were starting out again right now, I'd probably go for that Ursa Minor stick. Probably. Using the HOTAS X. That's the one with the throttle built in. That white stick that I had, is that what you're talking about? Very similar too. Yoke is a bit twitchy on the inputs. What yoke have you got? You got the Thrustmaster yoke. What's the poll up to? Still at 68%. Come on, we need more votes on the poll. Oh, Turtle Beach velocity. Okay, fine. Tom's Hardware did a PBO on the 9800X3D and they gained 4.4% performance. So what are we getting now? 57, 58. Limited by... yeah, limited mostly by main thread. But we are also limited by the GPU. I'm not entirely sure. I feel like I'm sort of fairly well balanced at the moment. Like, quite often my GPU will just get me just below 60. Still, can't be a bad idea, can it? Maybe I'll do a little video how to tune the 9800X3D for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Maybe people will like that. Who knows? I've got too many videos to make. That's my problem right now. Too many videos. Too many videos, not enough time. Not just for this channel either. We've got other channels that we're working with. I still fly on my TCA for 3 years. I want to upgrade but can't decide on Moser base or the new wind control. Yeah, I was talking to my wife about that the other day. Not that she particularly cared, because whenever I talk to her about this stuff, she's like, I don't get it. But it's because we were watching. I was watching the Flight Sim Expo keynote on YouTube, and she was like, "What's this?" And I explained it to her. And then she started asking about all the different brands and like, oh, you know, who's this, who's that, what do they do, what do they do? So I sort of explained that's Moser, and Moser are the ones that do the joystick that I've got, the AB9. She's like, okay, fine, AB9. And then she's like, well, what about the other guy, those wind control people, because they look like they're doing stuff. It's like, yes, they are. But then I said to her, there's nothing more I want from my AB9. Like, it's done. That's it. Like, there is nothing... As an Airbus flyer, maybe if you're like a military jet guy or whatever, maybe you've got more stuff that you want. Maybe you want even stronger force feedback. I don't know. That's not the type of flying I do. But for flying tube liners like this, specifically Airbus, there's nothing more that AB9 can do for me. Moser could come out with the AB10 and be like, oh, it's twice as strong and this and it does that and all this other stuff. It's like, great, don't need it. We have reached endgame side stick, I think, with the AB9. Cheers, Mads. Have a good day, mate. Hello, Goldie. Rookie captain's in as well. How are you? So, I think it's great that Wind Control are doing their force feedback sticks. I really do. I think that's absolutely brilliant. But I feel like the only way they have to be as good, don't they? They have to be as good as the Moser. Otherwise, it's got no real reason for being. So let's assume that they make a product that is as good as the Moser AB9 in terms of its force feedback ability. Then what? How does it compete? Price. So, yeah. Hopefully it will be... There'll be cheaper force feedback options. Now, Moser did the AB6 to address the cheaper end of the market, but I'm not convinced for Airbus flyers it's going to be everything you want it to be. It's a lovely stick, don't get me wrong, but because of the gear force feedback nature of it, it feels a bit sort of notchy and grindier. Because of the way the gears sort of move and interlock, you can feel it. But it's gear-based force feedback. Of course it is. That's how it's always worked. That's how it's always been. My Logitech G923 steering wheel is gear-based force feedback. Compare and contrast that to the Thrustmaster T300 RS that I had years ago that I stupidly sold, which was belt-driven. Thrustmasters felt way better. But the Logitech was cheap. So, again, pay your money, make your choice. But if Wind Control can offer something that is belt-driven, in the same way that the AB9 is belt-driven, at a price that approaches the AB6, well, now we've got a conversation to have. That's the main thing. What's the difference between your AB9 and the AB6? So the AB9, I think, can do a maximum of 12 Newton meters of torque, and the AB6 can do, I think, a maximum of 6. Double check those figures, they're off the top of my head, but I think that's roughly it. Basically, AB6 is half the maximum power of the AB9. Going into the review, I was like, well, that doesn't matter, because as an Airbus flyer, all we're using the force feedback motors to do is replicate the feel of the Airbus side stick, which in the real thing does not have force feedback. It's just springs and dampers in here. That's all it is. So we use the force feedback motors to simulate that feel. And it does it very, very well. However, we're probably only using like 10% of the AB9's ability. It could do way more than that. So then I thought, great, AB6, half the power, lower price, still more than enough for us Airbus flyers. Brilliant, sign me up. But the thing is that it was a gear-driven force feedback system rather than belt-driven, which means it feels sort of notchy in movement, a bit grindy. When you're on short final and you're doing those very, very fine movements, you can almost feel the stick sort of moving over these little sort of the teeth of the gears. So obviously you've got the force feedback motor, one per axis, X and Y, that has like must be like some sort of pinion gear. And then you have a gear that goes onto that, that then connects to the stick. And as you move the stick, you can sort of feel the teeth sort of rolling in and out of each other. It's weird. And that immediately makes it not feel like an Airbus. But it does feel quite good if you can get over that. But my point is, if Wind Control can do a belt-driven one at roughly the same price as the AB6, then it's like, that's the one. So it's all going to come down to price, I think. Same with all this stuff that Moser was talking about. And the little Q&A that they got told off for, that was so funny. Yeah, like Moser's coming out of all this stuff, and it's like, okay, already a lot of other manufacturers making that stuff. How are you going to compete? Correct, Bobby. It uses a gear-driven force feedback. Sorry, it uses belt-driven force feedback. So the belts kind of lose that feel of you lose the feel of that geariness. Am I making sense? I hope I'm making sense. The actual side stick, is that Moser 2? No. No, it's not. This is from FS Projects. These are built to order. Let me show you. Where's me? Oh, look at my brilliant picture I just drew. Hold on. Hold the bells. Hold up. Hold up. Right, here we go. So, this is FS Projects. This is where the stick comes from. So, they now do one that has a mount that goes onto the AB9, which they never used to, which is pretty cool. So there it is, look. I've obviously built a little pedestal, so I'm in a different situation, but you choose whether you want captain or first officer. Then you choose whether you want with or without the rubber gaiter. Look at the price, 159 without. Whoops. Then we go with 256, nearly 100 euros for that rubber gaiter. You can have a hat switch or no hat switch. I'm going to go no hat switch because I'm a purist. And there you go, 256 euros plus shipping. You can see that you basically get this little thing that goes over the top of your AB9 that then allows your gaiter to clip into it. Morning, Rob. Now, the other thing is, it says at the top here, we remind all of our customers we do not have side sticks ready to be shipped. We build each side stick only on order. So we inform our customers that orders placed will be processed in June 26. So that's not bad, unless they haven't updated this. It is June 26. So maybe their turnaround times are getting better, because when I ordered mine it was October, and it did not ship until like the following February. However, there is this company called CN Tech, I've never used them, but I believe Ryan has. And they do a stick. Again, they're sort of like 3D printed, dipped in shiny stuff. Similar thing. Very similar thing. I would have thought it would be Stefan. I can't be sure, but they generally sort of do. Right. So what do we want? Captain side stick and rubber gaiter 159. So immediately we're 100 quid better off. Moser mount 26. 185. I don't know what the shipping will be, but. And apparently these are more readily available. The thing is, I really like the MA3X side stick that Moser sent me with the AB9. I thought it was pretty good. It's right-handed. I remember, like, in my review, I was like, Moser, please give us a left-handed one. And I know they're talking about it now, I think. That's what they said at the expo, I believe. I don't know why they're making such a meal of it. Just flip the 3D model in CAD and be like, there you go. That's all we need. It's a nice stick. I mean, it's obviously the MA3X isn't one-to-one. It's not a one-to-one replica. But you can clearly see where they got the idea from. It's like, let's make an Airbus stick that isn't quite like an Airbus stick, but sort of is an Airbus stick. You know? $70 for the wind control stick. Is that the stick that you can pop on top? You got to get a rubber gaiter though. The rubber gaiter completes it. It really does. It's amazing with the rubber gaiter. Right, what's the poll doing? 68% still. The yays have it. The yays have it. What are you guys thinking about the lack of music today, by the way? I ran into a spot of bother last week with what I believe to be false copyright claims on the royalty-free music that I was leaving, that I was using. Which was a right pain in the backside, trying to get that resolved. Because I didn't do anything wrong, but... So my feeling is now just maybe don't use it. I hate it. I hate not having something in my ear. Just to break up the silence. If I stop talking, it feels really awkward. Can you feel the awkwardness? Come on, man, say something. Don't let it go quiet. Keep talking. Yeah, a gaiter wouldn't work at all, and I don't know if a gaiter would clip nicely onto the MA3X either. I don't know how that would work. Did I ever get around to trying the MD-11? No, Sean, I didn't, but I was looking at it again last night. Basically, I had the iFly in the cart, and I had the MD-11 in the cart, and I was like, God, that's a lot of money for 2 airplanes. I'm unlikely to fly a ton. And I chickened out. If you want to know the truth. Because it's a lot of money. It could potentially wipe out days of profit. But I would like to have a livery for both of them, so it might be that I do it purely for the... I'll do it for the VA, because I'm such a nice guy. Look at that weather front. It's a proper load of cloud that just stops. I would say if we got any ATC, but of course we all know that we won't have any ATC. We're going to run into any ATC. Oh, I need to connect VATSIM. Let me drag my thing over here a minute. Get another 777. What, the 200? I could kind of be tempted by that. I could be a little bit tempted by that. Who have we got around us? We're basically heading up over Brittany. And then up over Devon. Track the River Severn estuary. Into Bristol, then the plan is to teardrop out and land on 2-7. Oh, look, islands lit up. How long have they been on? An hour and 24. Oh man, I hope they stay on for by the time we get there. That'd be really cool. Because we're going to Dublin after this. Yeah, I would 100% get the... I would 100% get the MD-11 before I got another triple. I feel like I've got the freighter and the 300. That's kind of enough. Although I do like the 200. Because it's a little bit more flexible at getting into places, isn't it? Oh, Sean, honestly, it absolutely ruined you. And there's also kind of like a thing of like, well, the channel makes X, and if I spend Y on planes, then I only make Z. Whereas if I don't buy the planes, I get more money. Not wanting to sound like a mercenary about it, but I feel like I've gotten into a bit of a habit lately of buying planes that I haven't necessarily flown a lot of. And I'm conscious that that might be something I need to look at. I just find it really hard to break out of the 737 A320 family. Like, they suit my style of flying so perfectly. You fly VFR over the Bristol Channel in the real world, do you? Nice. No, my right gauges are flashing. And I don't know why, to be quite honest with you. Probably a USB issue on my end. I've got a hub with loads of stuff plugged into it. That's probably what it is. It's probably what it is. Right, I need to make sure. You're going to Manic. I too am going to Manic. Are we both at 340? Ryanair 6 Charlie Alpha NOT 70 Whiskey.
Ryanair 6 Charlie Alpha, hello.
Could we get your cruise altitude? I'm just conscious that we might collide at the Manic waypoint. I'm at 340.
I am at 340, but I'll be stepping up at in about 30 miles to 360.
Okay, perfect. We'll stay as we are then at 34. Thanks.
Yep.
See you, Ryan. Hello, Roy. Sleep well, Ryan. Get some Zeds. Good. So me and Ryanair are out of conflict. They're going to step up to 360. We'll stay at 34. You know what I'm going to say, don't you? It's just gone. It's 10 past 11. And what don't I have in my hand? Do we even see Ryanair yet? There he is over there, look. Ah, try sim is so worth it just for the contrails. Captain Cos, how you doing, man? Quavers. That's a good point, Ross. I wasn't thinking Quavers, I was thinking coffee, but coffee and Quavers. Now we got some quality ideas at play here now. I like that. Always liked you, Ross. Always liked you. So we're due into Bristol at 11:25. Top of descent at 11:05. That means top of descent in 55 minutes. Landing in an hour and 20. Easy peasy. You got a free copy, nice. I did not. I did make a video though, which is more than paid for my license, so I guess in that sense it worked out. But Cav actually donated the 20 quid for me to get it, so cheers, Cav. I did say to Cav I just won't get it now and I'll just pocket the 20 quid. Imagine if I did that. Oh man. I'm going to temporarily disconnect my VATSIM connection. GFX is good, Ross. The only thing that still makes me feel a bit grumpy is that, like, why am I having to pay for contrails? And it's not GFX's fault, or TrySim, not angry at them in the least. Grateful to them for making it, but at the same time it's like, why can't the sim just do that? Why have I got to pay 20 quid to see the planes? You know? It feels like such an easy thing that the sim should do out of the box. But then you got like the weather effects on the wings and all that good stuff. Sorry, Grumpy. Did anybody follow FS Expo? Of course everyone did. What was the most interesting part of the event? Oh, Roy, I just loved all that AI stuff. That just looks so transformative. I can't wait to see more AI products. It's going to be so good. Really, really excited for that. Hopefully we see even more AI products next year at FS Expo. Kidding, of course. I don't know. I got to be honest. I watched it and I was sort of like starting to feel a little bit flat, to be honest. Like, Moser didn't really say anything new, did they? Beyond what they said at FS Weekend. Wind Control didn't get on stage at all, and that was the whole reason I was watching the keynote. It was cool to see Asobo show us a few little bits, but yeah, I didn't get a lot out of it personally. I was sat there watching it being like, kind of glad I didn't spend thousands to go and see this in person. It would have been cool to have obviously spent the time there to be on the show floor. That would have been fun. That would have been fun to actually like get hands on with all the stuff. That would have been the main draw. But the actual presentation itself, I was watching it being a bit like, ugh. It kind of felt like we had the meat and potatoes at FS Weekend. Like most of what... There wasn't anything really new for a lot of people to say. Like from your wind controls, your Mosers, your whatevers. What setup do I have? I've kind of got a bit of a hodgepodge setup at the moment. I've got stuff from... We've got Airbus stuff. Got the Boeing yoke. Moser AB9 for the stick. Recommend just going to FS Weekend. Yeah, well now there's this one at Bristol, don't forget. Hot Flight, have you seen that one? In October. That could be pretty epic. At Aerospace Bristol. Under the Concorde. Hell yeah, we're going to that. I've booked the hotel. I'll be there. Avro, how you doing, man? You're 30 minutes walk away. Nice. Yeah, the overhead was cool. The overhead's cool. It was nice to see the overhead, a bit more of it. It looked very prototypey, didn't it? So it's good to see them, like... It's kind of nice to see them showing what they're working on in real time. Because clearly that was a prototype, but they were willing to show it, and I thought that was really cool. I like that a lot. Yeah, it should be a good few. Hot flight should be a good few. I know Luke, British Av Geek, he's booked a hotel. Welsh Dad, he's going. I don't know if you've seen him around on TikTok. He does Air Wales. You might have seen that VA. Not flying on VATSIM. I've disconnected for a minute because I was about to go and get a coffee. Then I started talking again. You guys distracted me from my coffee. God damn it. Who else is going that I know of? I think. I mean, there's loads of people in the Discord. Whether that means they're actually going to go or not, I don't know. But like Spoonie was in the Discord, London Controller was in the Discord, Gav was in the Discord. I feel like we need to really support the hell out of it, to be honest, because we've been saying for ages we'd like a UK one, and it may be that the first one, maybe there's a few rough edges. Who knows? Maybe all the brands won't turn up that you might expect, but I feel like we have to really show up for this one. And like support the hell out of it, because it could be a really good thing if we all get behind it. Yeah, the Concords. So it's really weird. I was there like a month ago. We went up to Bristol for the rugby, the Women's Six Nations at whatever the stadium's called at Bristol, Ashton something, whenever that was. It was the Red Roses versus Wales. And then the following day we took the kids to Aerospace Bristol to see the Concorde. And I remember I was sort of in there being like, oh, this would be good, wouldn't it, for like a venue. Like, imagine what you could do here, like people getting Ashton Gate, thank you, Grumpy. And then lo and behold, this is all happening now, and yeah, it's going to be so cool. We definitely need to really get behind it and support it. Defo. Defo. Right, I am going to go make that coffee now. Honestly. I will see you in a few minutes. Do you want some nice uninterrupted views like that? Yeah, British Av Geek's going, Ross. I'm in the Travelodge over the road. Hashtag Team Travelodge. I think the other lot are in the village or whatever it's called. That looked a bit pricey for my liking. And there's a Subway, I think, next door to the Travelodge, so I can have a little midnight Subway. Hell yeah. Right, I'll make a coffee. See you in a minute. Enjoy the views. Back with coffee and quavers. Good idea, Ross. What are we talking about? You talking about that EFB thing? I thought that did look interesting. I think, Roy, you mentioned that a minute ago, didn't you? So how does that work then? Will that interface with every plane? Like, could I tap a button and GSX will load the Phoenix and that sort of stuff? Look pretty cool. Right, what you were talking about, I need to catch up here. And I need to reconnect to VATSIM, but I need to make sure... Matey boy's at 3.6 now, so that's fine. Oh, I'm actually back on. What sort of wide bodies do you get into Bristol, or did we get? You used to get 7.5s there, didn't you? Fairly certain I've seen A330s there. I remember 7.5s. Don't really get it so much now, do you? Basically a sea of A320s and 7.3s. I guess follow the money, right? It's subscription, is it? Okay. I don't know. I need to catch up on that. Oh, you're talking about the iFly. Have you got it, Roy? Is it any good? How's the poll looking? Oh, 70% now. 70-30, think I should get it. It just seems like a lot of money for a variant of a plane I already own. Oh, actually, that's true, Grumpy, isn't it? Yeah. So it's still technically a 2020 airliner, right? But it's like doing the whole compatibility thing. Is that correct? So is there a timeline for when they will do a 2024 version? Yes, but it's built with the new 24 SDK. So how is it not a 2024 plane then? Yeah, Ross, you'd be surprised what lands into Nuki. You'd be surprised. There's an A380 there not long ago. How you doing, Mr. Mim? Wing control, MCDU or other? Wing control. It's amazing for the money. What's the Global 6000? What's that? Is that thing that I saw with the engines on the tail? I've got to be honest, I don't really know what the Global 6000 is. I'm ashamed to say it. Private jet, okay. The Max 9. So is the Max 9 going to be a separate product that they sell? When do you reckon PMDG are going to do their Max? Because they had to, well, they were working on it though, weren't they? And they had to stop for commercial reasons because they were doing some work with Boeing that meant they had to firewall the project, i.e. stop working on it while they were working with this Boeing project, I believe. And then you saw that thing come out that they were doing some like training thing with Boeing. Lo and behold, for the 737 MAX. So does that mean the job's done and they can get back on with their own product now? Or I don't know. Obviously this stuff's complicated, isn't it? It certainly sounds like they're working on the 747s though, doesn't it? We've got the triples, we've got the 737s now into 24. All eyes on the 747s. I really hope they do a 747-400 cargo conversion. I really hope they do that. We're landing in about 50 minutes. Is that the same? Is that the same jet that Linus Tech Tips bought? Thank you, Mark. Cheers, mate. Mr. Sakura, congrats, man. Congratulations. Yeah, I think it is hot flight. I think you're right. Man, Linus caused a storm when he bought that jet, didn't he? Oh, like the LTT subreddit. Flipping heck, they were angry. No, Roy, I don't. I've got the GFX thing. The Tri-Sim one. Like I say, annoying that we have to spend money at all to see contrails. But that is ultimately why we're doing it. Like, cards on the table, if they didn't have the contrail feature, I'd be like, yeah, I don't really care too much about condensation over the wing, because normally I'm looking out the front window anyway. Lovely cherry on the cake, don't get me wrong, but thank God for them they had the contrails, because the amount of people that commented on my video being like, oh, I'm buying it just for the contrails. What are you confused about, Hot Flight, with New Sky? Chemtrails. Probably get a copyright claim for using this Pokemon mug today. If my kids see this, he'll be furious. This is his mug, apparently. No one's allowed to use my Pikachu mug. Like, yeah, well, guess who paid for the Pikachu mug, asshole? I did. Bloody kids. How'd you get Pikachu on a bus? Your Pokemon. You can't figure out how to get your pilot rating up, as the base VA only has so many planes and there aren't ones you want to fly. Yeah, so you kind of got to serve your time really. On the New Sky Academy. And just do some flights. Just get them under your belt. And then you can join the airlines. And then it depends really whatever the airlines have got. Like, we are very much a commercial airliner sort of VA. We get people join. I've had quite a few people join. And then they'll DM me on New Sky being like, hello, please can you add this plane, this plane, this plane, and this plane, and these routes? And it's like, well, no. Like, that's not who we are. We've already decided who we are, and this is what we are. And then normally they'll leave, but it's like we are not a GA airline. There are other airlines that can do that. And that's not really who we are. So we try and stick to Airbus, Boeing. We've got a couple of ATRs. We've got... What else have we got? We've got the MD-11s in New Sky, albeit no livery to fly them in yet, but... We have... what else we got? What else we got? What else we got? I think we've got a couple of E-Jets, I think. You got what for the first time, Terry? You got Naturally for the first time. Can I fly to Hong Kong? Not today, I can't. We've got a load of hungover people from Ibiza on board at the minute, taking them back to Bristol. Kick them out and send them on their way. You also have abandoned planes, the so-called single-leg planes. Yeah, have you seen the website, Roy? Roy, thank you for mentioning this. This is a brilliant segue for me to promote my airline. Here we go. airnot.co.uk. Very nice website, if I do say so myself. This little slider on the front page, keep the fleet moving. So I've written a script that links into New Sky's API, and it looks through all the flights that have been done, and it can tell when a plane, a specific registration, for example G-N7301, so this exact Boeing 737-800 was last flown to JFK over 2 months ago, and it's been there ever since. If you click on View All Idle Planes, you'll see the scale of the problem. It just goes on and on and on and on. We basically list anything on here that's been stationary for more than 10 days, i.e. it's been flown somewhere and then ditched. And this list updates every half an hour. So you see, last updated Tuesday 16th at 10:30. Okay, maybe it updates every hour. I don't know. Anyway, and you can see where they are, the location. I think a lot of the problem is, and this is where what Joanna's doing is going to really help. We'll talk about that in a second. Look at the locations of this plane. So a 737, Dubai. A319, Miami. Brisbane. JFK. Dubai. Australia. This one's at Dublin, but then lo and behold, it's a funny old plane. It's an Avro RJ. It's never been a popular plane on the airline. Boston, LAX, another 737, this time at Rome. So I'm wondering whether there's a correlation between where planes are flown to, or rather the plane's location, because it doesn't seem to matter what we do, we seem to remain a very EU-centric airline, I think. Now, what I did yesterday was I sent Joanna a CSV file of where these of our flights on New Sky. So I gave her the where the plane took off from, where the plane flew to, and then what Joanna's going to do is put that on a map, sort of like a heat map style, so we can see hot and cold routes, because we've got a load of routes on the virtual airline, some of which I'm not convinced are getting flown, and they're costing us money every day. They've also got planes at those airports, because of course if you're going to have routes you need to have planes to fly the routes, so we lay on the planes as well, and if they're just sat there doing nothing, costing us every day, then maybe we need to have a bit of a clean up. So Joanna's been busy. I don't know if there's any way I can share with you what I'm doing. Let's see. Uh-huh. Yeah, so I can see a lot of orange lines from the UK to places in Europe, and a lot of blue lines as you extend out from Europe. So it may be that we need to take a view on cleaning up some of the routes, because we've got a hell of a lot of routes. No A35X. You mean A35K? We got the 9 and the K for the VA. Roy says, so if I understand it correctly, is to bring back, for example, the Airbus A321 stationed at Brisbane back to the UK with a lot of stops. No, Roy, honestly, anywhere you want. Just fly the thing. You could fly it to Melbourne, Sydney. So we have hubs for the VA. So hub airports. So in the UK, we've got like Gatwick's a hub. Copenhagen's a hub. Toulouse is a hub. Rome is a hub. I think Sydney is a hub. So we sort of made the hubs airports that are like generally the most popular in that region. And if we tick the box in New Sky to say this airport is a hub, it makes our operational costs cheaper because they give us a better deal. But there's also an upfront cost to that, so you don't want to tick all of them, if you know what I mean. So just fly the plane somewhere, Roy. Ideally back to a hub. Noms! Trouble's here now, look. Flip it, heck. So yeah, just fly the plane anywhere, Roy. Ideally to a hub if you can, a local one. Like, you know, think Sydney if it's in Australia. If it's in America, maybe somewhere like JFK. If it's in a random airport in France, fly it back to Gatwick or Copenhagen or... Do you know what I mean? But literally, if you just want to fly it anywhere at all, just so that plane moves and makes some money, we'd sure appreciate that as well. Noms, do you want me to tell them about your website? Where did I buy this? Where did I buy what? Ooh, noms. Big words from noms. What's the website address, Noms? You got a dark mode now, nice. Noms, what's the URL? It got removed, I sent it. What? Hold the bells. I got it. You've gone for a snazzy.net one there, Noms. That's pretty cool. Yeah, check out Noms' website. VA Direct, virtualairlinesdirect.net. So the idea is that if you're looking for a VA to fly, you can come here and find one. So if you go to the Discover Airlines tab. Hey, look who it is. I mean, really, there's no need for the website, given that AirNot exists. Just go straight to AirNot, completely ignore Jib Air. I wouldn't even bother with that lot. And then go straight here. There we go. Air Wales is on there now. Hell yeah. So Carl signed up for it. That's good. That's awesome. Each airline gets a little profile. I'll show you the best one on there. That way you can see. So if you're looking for a VA to fly, look no further. Nice little website, Noms. I very much approve. So if you do have a VA yourself, get yourself on there. It's Gib Air, not Jib Air. Oh god, this is going to be like GIF or GIF, isn't it? Oh man. Zeph, cheers man. Gav's in as well. Anyway, congrats Noms. Air Legacy, hello. Dublin. Oh, Cork Tower. Here. Thought I'd say hello since I got an air not on the ground. Really? Nice. Can I be a mod? No. No offence. I don't even know who you are. Why would I make you a mod? That would be a bit weird, wouldn't it? Who's on the ground at Cork then? Let's have a little look. We'll be flying to Dublin again in a bit. Towers on. Oh yeah. There we go. Oh, it's Chris. Beautiful. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so we're headed to Bristol, then we're over to Dublin. I'm just praying that tower stays on. I noticed there was control on earlier, wasn't there? Hopefully tower. How long's tower been on? A couple of hours? I mean, they might have had enough by the time we get to Bristol and get turned around and get to Dublin. So it's a real long shot. It's a real long shot. How do I get all the desktop mounts for your setup? Which bit are you talking about? The wind control stuff? Like all of this? There is a video all about it. See, I can see Zeph saying sorry for the long message, but then I can't see the long message. I think Zeph maybe got restricted on YouTube for some reason. Can't see. I can see you apologise. I can see someone apologising for a super long message, but I can't see the message, which is probably why it got missed. Apologies. Oh, you deleted it. Fair enough. You've bought the Wind Control, FCU, MCDU, EFIS and Throttle, but only one mount. Yeah, so go and check out my YouTube. I think I've got a video called I Turned My Desk into an Airbus A320 or something like that. And that will explain everything. Take you through the whole build process. What you might want to do is hang fire, because Wind Control have got some throttle, they've got some expansion mounts coming out that will take the throttles, it will take the MCDU. Might be worth you holding tight for that rather than going to all the expense and hassle of doing what I did. Obviously I did what I did because I wanted to do it. I thought it'd make a fun video and it's worked out really well. What I can't do though is build off of here. So I've got the MCDU, but that's kind of where this portion of the thing ends. So yeah, maybe some of those desk mount things would solve the problem. Maybe. You needed a pick-me-up. You about to quit your job again? Oh, Noms. What's going wrong, Noms? Oh, fair enough. Yeah. I understand, Noms, don't worry. Which aircraft is A321? Right. Has Dublin just gone offline? Oh no, surely not. Yep, we've been air knotted. We've been air knotted. Unbelievable. Although Dublin is looking... Oh no, there's a few on the ground. Never mind. Is it compatible with the Laminar A330? I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know. I don't feel like I would really know what to say about that, given that I'm not really an X-planer sort of person. Contrails! Look at that, look. So cool. So we haven't got that long till top of descent, have we? Yeah, 94 miles. Is that only 94? Yeah, 94 miles. Okie dokie. Let's do a little bit of work. Let's do our secondary flight plan. I'm going to copy in the active, and I'm going to change it to 09 on the TOJAB 2 Bravo via BRI 1. So if there is a last minute runway change, we can do that. We're still looking good for 27. We've got a 7 knot headwind, 2 knot left to right crosswind. Then that's in. We need to do our arrival information. So I'm going to go over here. Go to arrival perf. Refresh, apply. Now first of all, what's our weight going to be? Zero fuel weight is 72.7. And we'll add on 3.8 tonnes of our estimated fuel on board, which would make us 76.5 tonnes as we land. Low auto brake ain't going to cut it. Medium it will be. Okay. Let's get in QNH 1015. Temperature of 16. Wind is 250 and 7. Oops, that's 0.7. I want 07. Minimums into Bristol should be 813. No, 801. And we're in business. Beautiful. I'm not a spy. Incoming air not spotted over the channel. ATC running. Yeah. Can you blame them though? I noticed London Control's gone offline. I mean, we're going to be going around London Control, but I guess we just got a little bit too close that they were like, no, absolutely no chance. I mean, people say stream in the evenings, you'll get more ATC. I don't feel like we've had a lot more luck in the evenings, to be honest. I really don't. Yeah, Noms, everyone says I'm a spy because I won't tell them what I do for work. And when I say I'm not a spy, they say that's something that a spy would say. So I can't win, can I? Now, in the interest of a smooth arrival, we do our cost index to 5. $50 miles to go. I'm not a spy. Not a spy. Right, let's have a look at the charts into Bristol. We're on the Tojack to Bravo. And we need to be at 7,000 feet for the BRI waypoint. I always get confused with this bit, right? Because it says here, look, max 220 knots and you have to be at 7,000. But then, if I look at my flight plan, I bet it says I'm going to be lower. BRI, flight level 066. And then you look here. Oh, Noms, you've been a member for 9 months. Nom says, Jesus, I've been here that long. Yeah, trust me, Noms, it feels more like 90 months. For me, at least. Love you, Noms. Yeah, this I can't figure this out. Because here, look, it says... Oh, we have a laugh, Noms, don't we, eh? Ever since you started running your mouth about Brussels. That's what it was. That was a great landing, that. Blown IFR into Bristol and you never fly over BRI. You get vectored straight to CF. Do you really? I might have to reconsider my attendance at Bristol now, Noms, now that I know you're going. Even if I have to eat the cost of the hotel. Can't do it, Noms will be there. Crazy. You gonna do a speech, Noms? You gonna present? Don't worry, Noms. I'll cheer at the back. We've all got to go, haven't we? We've all got to go. Grumpy, are you going yet? Have you decided? I feel like even if it's not 100% what you want it to be, I feel like just the fact it's happening at all, we need to support the hell out of it. Really. Get behind it. I mentioned it. Oh my god. I'm going to have like a little rucksack full of screwed up bits of paper. Like, boo! As soon as I mentioned. I saw some people saying that they've signed up as a creator or something. I don't know whether I should do that. Or whether I should just go and just have a jolly, really. I don't exactly know what I could do other than just wander around and be a bit of a fool. Which is generally what I would do at any event anyway. Where are the details about the Bristol get-together? It's, they've got a Discord. Where is it? Has anyone got the link? You can put it in chat. I don't have easy access to the link at the moment. I don't know, Toby. I don't know when the tickets will be released. If Wind Control are there, that'll be a big, big win for them. A big win. I mean, in October it's quite nicely spaced, isn't it? Because you've got 4 months between that and FS Weekend, and similarly another 4 months between FS Weekend and Expo. So it's like every 4 months we're getting an Expo. US, EU, and then UK. Which is really great when you think about it. 6 months on Twitch. Thank you, Noms. I didn't realise you'd been subbed for 6 months on Twitch. All kidding aside, Noms, I do appreciate the support, mate. Thank you. What's Twitch saying? I got a banner. Hashtag team. I'm hashtag Team Travelodge for the expo in Bristol. But then a load of the other guys are staying down the road in what's it called, the Village or something. It's all right. Team Travelodge. I like a good Travelodge. Travelodge has gotten way better as well. Not as good as a Premier Inn, but they're all right. They've gotten a hell of a lot better. A hell of a lot better. Oh, Philip's up to first class now, look. Big time, Philip. Thanks, Philip. You realise you don't get anything extra. Just... The pilot is just as bad. The legroom is just as bad. The onboard service... Well, I mean, what onboard service, really? But I appreciate it, Philip. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Ross, your Team Travelodge. Yeah, let's go. I'll see you in the bar, Ross. Presumably they've got a bar. They must have a little bar or something, right? They're bound to have a little something down there. They must have a little bar down there. Right, I'm going to go down to... what do I go down? Noms, you've just sent 5 gifted. Noms, you have to do that. Thank you, Noms. Who got it? Who got it? Bravo Sierra got one. Gamepath got one. Chris got one. Sword Calfan got one. I love that name. And Rep's got one as well. Guys, if you're in chat, if you're able to, be sure to say thank you to Noms. Oh God. Philip! Oh God, Philip's doing it as well now, look. Philip, thank you so much. Pablo, you got one from Philip. Grayson got one from Philip. Brady got one from Philip. Han got one from Philip. And Alex got one from Philip. Guys, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Vauxhall says, how much was the game? I've only got the standard edition, so... I think 60 quid? I think it's 59.99. I better make a Unicom call. Hang on, just a minute. Bristol traffic, Air 70 Whiskey, descending now via the Tojac 2 Bravo arrival, BRI 1 transition for runway 27 Bristol. Grumpy does quite enough, Noms. He's beavering away behind the scenes, bless him. Roy says, question for you guys. Say I want to fly the 737 Reg G-N 7304, which is sitting at OMDB for 74 days. How do I search that specific registration in New Sky, or isn't that necessary? What you do, Roy, is... Hang on, where's New Sky? What I would do, whether it's the right thing to do, book a flight, scheduled passenger, Air Not, then search for the airport, so OMDB, and then obviously choose which flight you want to do. Let's just say we'll go to Cairo. Then in the aircraft, then you can start typing 7, 3, there you go. And you can see here, look, G-N 7303. Which is the wrong one. But you get my point. Why is that the wrong one? That says 7304. So where the hell is 7304? It might be we need to add that one to the ignore list. We did, Roy. We moved a few planes manually in the back end, and it may be that one of those is one of those, and we need to add it to our ignore list so it doesn't appear in that thing. Let me find where it is in real life. Fleet. G-N 7304. 7304 doesn't exist. It's been deleted. Yeah, I need to add that to our ignore list, Roy. 7304 doesn't actually exist. It's a holdover. So, annoyingly, the new... Oh, God, Grumpy, how funny would that be? That could be a video title, using Grumpy's money to buy a Boeing. Oh my god. Oh my god. So it all comes from the New Sky API, Roy, and the trouble is, if we change a registration number, or if a plane is based at Gatwick and we decide we want to repurpose it and move it to Sydney, we can just tap, tap, tap in the back end and reposition it. The trouble is, the New Sky API doesn't reflect that until somebody flies the plane from Sydney to another place. Similarly, if we delete a plane, it doesn't come off the API logs. The API still is like, yep, this plane is at wherever it is. So I have to have a separate little database that's an ignore list of all these regs that are either somewhere different to where New Sky thinks they are, or that we've deleted. And yeah, that one's been caught out, so I will add that to the ignore list after the stream. And then once the plane gets flown again, it comes off the ignore list. Yeah, that's it, Roy. How did you fix that, Noms? Descent is going nicely. Let's just do a check for separation. Oh, we've got ages. Got a good like 30 miles between me and the air not behind. Anyone coming into Bristol that I need to know about? The next person to land is me. Me. If you done, Joanna, let me have a look. Oh, bloody hell, Joanna, you've been busy. Oh, that's super interesting, looking at that map. That is super interesting. Very Europe-centric, isn't it? Wow. Wow. It's quite incredible. We are incredibly EU-centric, aren't we? South America never gets flown. Little bit of Australia. Little tiny bit of Australia. Cape Town gets a bit of love though, doesn't it? Heathrow to Cape Town. JFK, LAX are reasonably popular. Wow. Interesting. Very interesting. The African routes don't get a lot, do they? Not really. Like the actual internal ones within Africa. Dubai is a little bit of a hub, I suppose. That's really fascinating, that is. How much did I spend on my flight sim setup? I can't say, Vauxhall, because my wife might be listening. And then she'll take that as license to spend the equivalent amount on a holiday. I know her game. Where's my Discord gone? Let me show you guys. I have to do like a million updates now. It's not so much that hot flight, it's I've been calling you hot flight. I realise you got an L in your name. Hot flight. How old I am. Sorry, hot flight. Yeah, we should almost have like a almost like a truth or dare in Bristol. How do I get rid of this? Oh, there we go. Bristol. Let me show you what Joanna's been doing. Permission to show the thing, Joanna? It's your baby after all. Just call you Holt. Alright, Holt, fine. Why did I think it said hot? Oh, maybe I need to increase the font size and or get new glasses. Plane wants more drag. Lordy, lordy. Right. So this is what Joanna's been doing. How do I zoom out a bit? Here we go. So Joanna's been plotting all of our routes onto a interactive map, and then we can see, obviously, yellow, orange, red being used, flown more, and the blue ones are ones that we have that never get flown. So we can see basically where we fly and where we don't fly. Quite clearly, South America, turns out we don't fly there very much. Australia, we've got a ton of routes. We don't fly in there very much either. Across to New Zealand we do a little bit of. So we can use this information and maybe trim things back a bit and save the VA a ton of money. And also keep in mind, like at Anchorage we've probably got planes. At South America we've probably got planes. In Africa we've got 737s, A320s dotted around, because of course we need to have them, because in order to have these routes you have to have planes available ready to fly. So yeah, that's super interesting. That is super interesting. I need to focus on the arrival a bit more now. So if you'd excuse me. I mean, it's not like we're... I guess you could say people need to fly the blue routes, but I guess you could say that, well, maybe the blue routes is just good information for us, because then we can know which ones we can get rid of and not upset anybody. If people aren't flying them, there's no point in having them, if you know what I mean. Why is my speed dropping? Guys? There's a new one. I felt like my speed was just going to drop and drop and drop and drop then, had I not done anything about that. Putting it back into manual speed and then back into manage seemed to fix it. Round we go. We're going to have a good landing? We're going to have a good landing. Philip and Noms, thank you again for those members. I hope you don't ever think I take you guys for granted like that. I really, really appreciate you. Flight level 130. Right, let's get rid of that. And that. We've got a DHL. We've got another air not. And nothing on at Bristol. Yeah, Roy, I still do. I'm not sure what the solution is. I haven't really looked into it. I've just been living with it, to be honest, every single time. It's kind of become a bit of a joke. Someone said to do a reinstall of the Phoenix. Maybe that'll do it. Roy, welcome to Premium Economy. Thank you so much. Thank you, Roy. What a legend. Thanks, Roy. Again, you don't get any better service than regular economy. It's one of the biggest cons in aviation. The air not premium economy. Good day. Didn't know VAs were a thing. I watched your video on it from a few days ago and now I'm very intrigued. Gives you some good purpose for the sim. Yeah, it really does. It really, really does. And if you pair it with something like VATSIM, I feel to me that just brings it all to life. You know? Really does. And again, it removes, if you're flying the scheduled routes, it can remove that analysis paralysis, like where do I fly, what do I do, I don't know where to go. It's like, see where the VA could do with you flying, really. Seatbelts on, let's do landing lights. Yeah, check in with the VA. See if there's a route that could do with some love. Fly a plane somewhere, fly it back. Bristol traffic, Air 070 Whiskey, flight level 100. We are currently 16 miles out from BRI, and we'll be doing the BRI 1 transition for ILS 27, Bristol. Even though we don't normally do that in real life, apparently. Premium Economy members should receive a mug. Damn. Prices of those mugs, Roy, I wouldn't hold your breath. Speed do we need to be over BRI? 220? Yeah. Does Beyond ATC work as well, or is it strictly VATSIM? You can do whatever you want, Adrian. Like, if you're flying for the VA, you can use VATSIM, you can use Say Intentions, you can use Beyond ATC, you can do anything you want. Cheers, Adam. That's a Cork Tower saying, have a good landing. Yeah, well, we'll see how that pans out for me, Adam, shall we? See how that pans out. Yeah, I mean, you could literally just fly with nothing if you want to fly from point A to point B, but do it for the VA so that you're still trying to fly at your best. Adds a bit of purpose to it. Some people find that's more than enough, and honestly, good luck to them. For me personally, I very much enjoy the VATSIM element of it. I think that really adds a whole other layer. We're thinking below 250 or above. Oh my goodness. Don't do it. I mean in the 321, I've not had the greatest lot of luck recently. Why are we dropping speed again so much? It's because of that, isn't it? There we go. Phoenix, what are you doing? What are you doing? Alright, well, let's get flaps 1 out, because that might help us a little bit. I tend not to think too much of feet per minute at the moment. I know everyone in chat does. And I get it, it's a bit of fun, it's like adds a whole sort of gamification layer to it. I understand, I really do. And it is good fun, it's a bit of a giggle. But speaking to like real world pilots, they just like, nah, that's dumb. Like, why would you even, you know, why would you even do that? Just get it down safely. Like, don't be going for any floaties or, you know, anything like this, like trying to butter it and then you end up floating. Like, I was speaking to one EasyJet captain recently and he was like, I will call a go around on my first officers so quickly if I detect any of that nonsense. Like, not having that. No thank you. So I hate floaters. People trying to like grease it and then it ends up floating. Nope. No thank you. That's not how we do it. Which is complete, for me, that was really weird to hear. Considering that we come from like Simland, if you know what I mean. That was super interesting to hear. QNH 1015. If they ever release, the Neos. Give us the Neos. I mean, that's an insta-buy. Like, I'm sort of hemming and hawing over the MD-11, the iFly. Neos, give them to me. Give them to me. Can we see the airfield?
Bristol traffic, and off 46 Papa Romeo, we are 10 miles from the Bristol VOR on the Bristol 1 transition to 27.
Bristol traffic air 070 whiskey, we're flying the outbound now for the BRI-1 transition, and we'll soon be making a left turn to turn on to final for 27 Bristol. I feel like this flight's gone quickly. My AGP's still having a disco, so that's fun. Good. So 6 knot headwind, 3 knot left to right headwind. What pays better between Twitch and YouTube per sub? YouTube. YouTube give me 70% of the money, Twitch take half. Yay, Twitch. But, in my experience, proportionally, a higher proportion of people on Twitch are willing to sub. Perhaps because of the culture of the platform of, you know, gifting and subbing. It's like kind of ingrained into the culture from day one, whereas YouTube perhaps has had to kind of play catch up a little bit in terms of what the audience considers to be normal behaviour. Super interesting. But yeah, proportionally, even though they take half, proportionally more people are willing to do it on Twitch. It's really weird. Also, people get Prime subs with their Amazon Prime, so they can basically sub to one channel per month for free. And then they decide who they give it to. YouTube I consider to be home, but I do like Twitch as well. It's been good for us. So TikTok not so much, to be honest. Alrighty. Bristol traffic, NR70 whiskey on a 7.5 mile final for 27, slowing to speed 160 knots until 5 DME, then we'll go final approach, Bristol. For whatever reason, the terminal at Bristol, or part of it, or that little bit there, renders through the cloud. I think I've got an update for this scenery actually that I could potentially use. Okay, let's go flaps. Get that gear down, that'll slow us down. AGP's having a disco, Jerry. It's the new party mode you can enable. Final approach speed. Okay, we need to go 3,000 for the go around altitude. Flaps full, speed brakes armed, 3,000 set, lights are set. Bristol traffic, NR70 whiskey, 3.5 miles for 27 Bristol.
1,000.
Right, I don't want any mouthing off in the chat if I do a bad landing, alright? My plane! Oh, hello. That was new. So the last few landings into Bristol, into 27, I've been a little bit floaty because I've been thinking, oh, it's alright, the runway runs uphill. We can just make it up with the uphill section. I'm going to try and be a bit more ambitious and try and aim for the markers a bit more.
500. 100 above. Minimum.
Continue. Be a bit more purposeful with that nose down attitude.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 5.
There goes the engine. It's alright, 273. That noise you get from the Phoenix always makes you feel like you're worse than you actually were. Just above 250. With one engine. Bouncing into Bristol. Quiet, noms. Quiet. That should be a 10. I feel like I was a little bit wobbly on the short final there. Didn't help that when I disconnected the autopilot, the plane lunged to the right, but we recovered it. That was okay.
Bristol traffic, again, 46 Papa Romeo, we're fully established, 27 knots, 6.5 miles to run.
We jump off. Slightly to the right, maybe. We'll see what New Sky thinks. We get past these stop bars and then I will announce that we are vacated. Bristol traffic A070 Whiskey runway 27 vacated Bristol. Runway lights off, strobes off, APU on. Stay on the taxiway, you Wally. Clean the wing up. And I'm going to try and go for stand 2. Bristol traffic A070 Whiskey, taxiing to stand 2, Bristol. Lachlan, how you doing? It is, yeah, what Nom said. Getting on for 12:30. Stand 2 and deliver. That was a reasonable landing. It was alright. Wasn't one of my bestest. Does anyone know how to get rid of the engine bug? Some people said you have to just reinstall the Phoenix. I'd be tempted to go sim update 5.1 to see if that gets rid of it. Alright, Dan. Where is my company traffic gone?
Traffic, again, 46 Papa Romeo, short final for 27.
Here it goes. Yeah, not bad, Dan. Thanks, mate. You?
Bristol traffic, outbound 84 Delta Lima 3 line departing behind the arriving NL traffic.
Look at this for timing. That's looking tidy as well, isn't it? Something tells me that's going to be better than mine. Yeah, look at that. Nice flare. Oh. Oh my god. Puts us all to shame. That's how you do it. Bloody hell. That's the way.
Outbound 84 Dublin line, I'm departing 27 Bristol.
Is there anything further? What do you mean, David? As in another leg? We are going to Dublin. Why have I stopped? Come on, move. Move.
Bristol traffic, NO46 Papa Romeo, we are clear of 27.
Why am I stuck? I'm stuck. Right, let's give it a load of beans. Oh, I'm trying to do single engine taxi with my right engine to turn, and of course that engine's turned off, isn't it? That'll be it. That'll do us. Right, APU's ready. APU bleed on. Engine's off. Beacon off. Now, is it going to ding us? Because Grumpy did think it was slightly to the right. Yes, it was, off-centre. Grumpy, you were spot on.
We are going to taxi to stand 1.
Yeah, you're quite right, Grumpy. I didn't think that was that bad looking at it, but maybe it was. That's weird. It's been like the second or third time recently that I've been off centre line and I haven't detected it. I've thought, yeah, that was alright. It's weird, isn't it? It's weird that. Still, only 0.6 off, and we made 23 grand for the VA. That's not too bad, is it? That's not too bad. Right then, to the awards page. Let's go back to Mastering Bristol.
Traffic, Alpine 4584 Delta Lima is going to be clear of 27 Bristol, vertical.
The next one is to Dublin. So let's have a nice little trip over to Dublin. I reckon we'll probably get there for about 1:45, 2 o'clock. Grumpy's happy with the profit. Remember, kids, Grumpy's always watching. Make a loss. On your head be it. So if we can get gone for 1 o'clock UK time, which will be 12 UTC, let's get that booked. TV wants to turn off. Don't do that, TV, with your energy saving measures. I did a while ago, Holt. Mine would turn off for a pastime. And everyone would always say, like, well, mine doesn't. And I was like, well, mine does. Like, what do you want me to say? Mine's awful for it. It's really weird. I might try and see if I can reset this overhead panel in a minute. 2 seconds.
Everest traffic, easy 376, push back to taxiway 0.
That's much better.
Bristol traffic.
Right, let's take the external power. And turn the APU off for a minute. Jolly good. We better deboard, hadn't we?
Traffic, and I took you out for reducing speed now, 185 knots, beginning the 31 for ILS 27 traffic.
Oh, Toby, you were flying with us. Toby, I didn't know that. Sorry, Toby. What about the disco panels? I'll have a little look at those as well.
Bristol traffic is in
I've just jiggled the cable and it seems a bit better now. Jiggle it. flashing again. Don't know. On the live time issue, how did I end up fixing it? I don't know. It just went away. It's like every time I would get lined up, it'd be like, it's awfully sunny today, and you turn on live weather and it's like, oh, right. Well, it's going through a 90 watt USB powered hub, noms. But yeah, you might have a point. There is a lot of stuff being used here, which might explain also why the thingy didn't work either. What am I doing? I feel so weird about the music. 39 Victor is the call sign. And we are going 27 Beacon 1 X-ray. Make some notes. Then we're doing Vati 4 Lima 28 left. Slightly concerned that I didn't pick up on the fact we were a bit off-centre. To me, I thought this was alright. Maybe I'm sat in the wrong... Sometimes I find I move myself over to the left to where my mic is. And then maybe that throws me off. I don't know. Very strange, that. I'll have a little look at my layout later. Maybe that can help. Call sign. Air not. Let's disconnect and reconnect. It's so weird about the music. Here we go then. 44 minutes in the air. So yeah, I reckon about 1:45. That'll make for a nice little finish there. Why are we not deboarded? I told you to deboard. Right, let's just reset everything. Screw it.
Bristol traffic, easy 379, taking for runway 27, Bristol traffic.
Load the aircraft. Ah! So what's GSX doing at the moment? Oh, it looks like it's crashed. That'll be why then. Of course it has. Loading GSX menu. Please wait. Terrific. Let me just quit Discord on the gaming PC. I've got it on the streaming PC. I don't need it on both.
Bristol traffic, easy 379, taking off runway 27, Bristol traffic.
Bristol traffic, and on 23 Alpha established ILS 27, 9 miles to run.
Bristol traffic is
I think GSX has had it.
Gate 3.
Love it. What I could do is go into Simac Pro and turn the lights off. That'd make it less annoying, wouldn't it? I'll be honest, I can't even really see the lights anyway. How do you turn the lighting off?
Traffic. It's Hodges traffic right
All LCD
sending flight
off.
140 traffic.
Calibration. How do you turn the lights off? I don't want to test it. Oh no, 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 no. How does one turn the lights off? Anybody know? Yeah, I know I've got a firmware update. I'm not going to do that now though. This is being weird. There must be a way you can turn the lights off. Am I being super dumb? I feel like maybe I am. Light sensor axis data output switch. I don't know. Yeah, I've got my side stick noms, I've got my yoke, and I've got my rudder pedals going into a separate hub, and I've got the powered hub. I mean, the AB9's got its own power supply, but it is also into its own thing. Right, we need to restart GSX, don't we? Where is it? Oh, man. Coatl, where are you? Where is it? Trouble is, Grumpy, I don't know which one it is without tracing the wire under the desk. I'll have a look after the stream, it'll be alright for now. Fin GSX'd. What do I have to kill to get rid of it? Coatl. Can he see it? Presumably I'm looking in the right place.
Bristol traffic, Golf Bravo Romeo Tango Delta, sector 152, currently 2 miles.
I'm spelling that right, aren't I?
Valley, joining the zone coming to south for a full stop.
Press start, type GSX and restart with the .bat. Turn off SimPro. Go on then.
Bristol traffic and our 2 Alpha is located on the G7 Bristol traffic.
Try Simat Pro again then. Not having a lot of luck here, are we? See, Grumpy, you were right. Something would go wrong. Windows key, GSX. Then what do we do? Start Coatl? We do that? It looks like it's properly crashed in here, doesn't it? Yeah, it's back now. Doing something. It's doing something. What I might do... we've got time. No, we don't. Well, we do a little bit. Hey, it's working. Right, reset all. Start again.
Bristol traffic and up 23 Alpha, taxiing to stand 5 via Zulu and Bristol traffic.
Jolly good. Return to the hangar. I think we're okay now, aren't we? Here they come, look. They're doing stuff. I can't get to it, Grumpy, because it's got this massive bit of aluminium profile behind it. And the way I've screwed it on, there's not enough clearance. I can... While we're waiting for this to go, I can go under the desk and see if I can trace the cable and then pull it. I'll do that now. Nothing else to do, is there, while we wait? 2 seconds.
Bristol traffic, Golf Tango Delta joining left base, runway 27. Golf Tango Delta, final runway 27, Bristol traffic.
Wow. Hopefully that does the trick. Seems to be alright for now. Look at them all coming out, look. Isn't that lovely? Right. So why is replugging it fixed it? Because surely it's still going to have the same issue, or is it just passed the problem to another device? Get another powered hub, but that was really expensive. God. You lot. You lot, you lot, you lot. Right, AOC, flight in it. Bring in a new flight. Maybe I'll get another smaller one, because I got like a massive 16 port one and it wasn't... Have I even got enough plug sockets? I've got one remaining plug socket. Then we're finished. That's it. Can't have any more gear. Right, flight number. Air Not. 39 Victor. Where are we going? Cost index of 60. And briefing preview 280 looks like. Flight level 280. Let's get the wind request. Beautiful. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Noms. It can get eaten up quickly, can't it? Where do you check your pilot rating? It should be... I don't know, actually. That's a good question. I think it's a rating that you have... Where do you check your pilot rating? Would it be up here? I don't know. Yeah, go into your profile. This one, look. Up here. Then click your profile. 90901. God, I've got 400 hours on this alone. 159,000 miles flown. Yikes. Bang. Are we loaded yet, everybody? 138 out of... We've got a full house at least over to Dublin. Less cargo, but we've got more passengers. I'm super missing the music right now. Can't even tell you. Are we fueled? Yeah, fuelers are going now. Insert the wind. Cool. Secondary flight plan then. EGGD / EGGD. Then secondary flight plan, Bristol, departure 27, Beacon 1 X-ray. Come back in on arrival for ILS 27. Good. Then for our actual flight plan, Bristol departing 27, Beacon 1 X-ray. Then into Dublin, we're doing 28 left, Vati for Lima. 28 left, Vati for Lima. We'll go via Pizza. How do you say that waypoint? Is it actually pizza or is it like Pizzar or Piazza or something? I don't know. Do you know what I mean though? I'm going to get APU on. 1, 2, 3. Seatbelts on, seeing as we're started. What plane are we in now? We're still in the A321 Neo. Cargo can earn a lot of money though, Jerry, if you're flying a freighter and you've got a full bird. The 777 freighter is a money machine for the VA. It really is. Why am I getting APU faults? Is it because I've turned on my overhead mid-flight and it's now confused and grumpy? Come on. Please work. Doing something. What did I say, Grumpy? Come on. AP's available. Brilliant. And this lot are nearly tucked in. Nearly. Where's the last 10? This happened the other day, didn't it? Do you remember? Okay. Why is GSX stopped? We're not waiting for a bus to turn up, are we? They can walk out of here and they're not. Oh, GSX, why do you test me? Maybe once the bags are on, it will like auto do it. The last 10 are in Spoons. There isn't a Spoons at Bristol, is there? The last time we were going through Bristol, the boys were like, can we get a Burger King? So it's like, yeah, okay, fine. And then we get there and there's a guy stood like blocking the entrance being like, yeah, all of our fryers are broken, all we can do is ice cream. It's like, yeah, probably don't want an ice cream, mate, to be honest. So we went into, is it a Frankie and Benny's or a whatever it is? It's like just next door to the Burger King. I thought it was alright. It wasn't too unreasonably priced either, considering where you were. Like, they really could have gouged us a lot more than perhaps they did. And then there's that, like, nondescript Wetherspoon-style pub that just, like, sprawls around the upstairs bit. That seemed really expensive. Chase plane. Chase plane. Bristol's a great little airport though in real life. It's kind of my local, so very lucky to have it. Okay, the bags are getting there slowly. I think once the bags are done, this will go ding to 2:30, and if it doesn't, then I'm going to be very cross. TJI Fridays. Is that what it is? I forget what it was now. I thought it was Frankie and Benny's. I could be wrong. One of those, like, crappy chains that you get when you go to a mall. That sort of thing. Do I need to do anything else? I've got my APU running. I'm going to get the APU... No, I won't do the APU bleed yet. I've got my nav and logo light on. Navs are on. APU's running. We're good. I've got a subscriber. Nice one. Cheers, man. Who went bust? Frankie and Benny's? That must be TGI Fridays then. Whoever it was an alright little breakfast that they did for not an unreasonable amount of money. I must admit, I do like Spoons. I know some people hate Wetherspoons, but I kind of like it. You know, it's like there's a fundamental understanding. Because, yeah, there you go, just as I thought. It's like there's an understanding between Wetherspoons and the consumer. It's like, we know it's a bit grotty and a bit not great compared to other places, but the price is right. So if we can come to an agreement that you're not going to whinge and we're not going to have to deliver too much, we can all get along. And I love that. Right, out of Bristol in a 321. Flaps 3. I don't like flaps 3. I feel like when I do flaps 3 in the 321, I literally can't pull back on the stick hard enough to make it climb to the point where my whole pedestal tips. Whole thing tips. So I'm going to go flaps 2. We go flaps 1? We can get away with flaps 1 apparently. Flex temper 32. Should we try flaps 1? I'm going to try that. I'm tempted to see what happens now. Right, Brian. Init page B. Block fuel 5.9. Loaded. Yes. Zero fuel weight 71.3. Good. All the rest of the stuff looks good. Performance page 132, 142, 148 for V2. Flaps 1. Trim of up 0.7. Flex temp 32. Why can I not move? It's because of that, isn't it? We'll try it. What's that? We're all going round to Holt's. Nice. AP bleed. Beacon. That's very generous of you, Holt. Thanks very much. Noms and I will be there.
We are ready for pushback.
Bristol traffic is in 6 micro pushback on into taxiway Zulu.
Departure check completed. Bypass 10 inserted.
Don't go to too much trouble, Holt. Just like a simple like fry up for each of us will be more than enough. Can't really drink beer that time in the morning though, so don't, you know, don't go getting the beers in. Champagne we're fine with though. We can do champagne. Oh, you like black pudding, Grumpy? I hate that stuff. Ugh. Can't be doing that rubbish. I saw a thing the other day that apparently the poached eggs in Wetherspoons contain more fat than the fried eggs because apparently they like pre-poach them and then encase them in fat and then ship them. I can believe that. I thought that was so cool. Yeah, we are on VATSIM, yeah. Bristol traffic, N 3, 9 Victor, stand 2, pushing back onto Zulu, facing east for 27. Be the worst idea to have a little shufty round, would it? After EasyJet goes. Bristol traffic, just confirming Air 39 Victor holding position for the pushing EasyJet. Where's Easy flying to? Where are you going, Easy? Oh, you came to Dublin as well. Look at the little baby bus. Ugh, Grumpy, that sounds minging. Absolutely minging. Can we fly Air Not in VATSIM? Yeah, people do. See? There's one. Didn't hear any uniform calls. Oh, there we go. Oh, Holt, thank you for becoming a member, mate. Appreciate you. And thanks in advance for the breakfast. Bristol traffic, Air 39 Victor stand 2, pushing back, facing east for 27. Engine number 1 start. Thanks again, Holt. Really appreciate that.
Clear to start engines. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe
What's a cob?
the member closest to you, as we are about to demonstrate the safety features aboard our Airbus A321.
Bacon sausage and a hash brown cob. What's a cob?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard our Airbus A321.
Bap, balm, bread cake.
Illuminated signs
So a roll?
and instructions
Like a bread roll?
the following safety procedures. Please set parking brakes. Seat pocket contains
That's a lot of incorrect names for a bread roll.
exit
Bloody hell.
oxygen
Noms, you need to have a word with yourself. Sort yourself out.
and the brace position which you must adopt.
Jeez. Engine 2 start.
Brace.
Flaps 1.
There are 8 emergency exits on this aircraft. The cabin crew are now pointing out the exits nearest to you. Please be aware that your nearest usable exit may be behind you.
Bread roll, there you go, Jerry.
Emergency lighting will guide you to an exit. In an emergency, leave all baggage on board. Your seatbelt is fastened, adjusted, and released as shown.
Auto brake to max.
Fastened whenever the seatbelt signs are on, and we recommend that you keep it fastened at all times. If the air supply fails,
Holt, what you need to do is link your YouTube account to Discord, and then it will let you in through Discord itself. YouTube redid their UI, which means the little area that I had for the Discord link now doesn't exist. So thanks, YouTube. Failing that, email me and I'll just give you the link.
own mask before helping others. If we land on water, take a life jacket from under.
Bristol traffic is 96, line up runway 27.
Leon, we're in Bristol at the minute, mate. Bristol traffic, Air 37 Victor, taxiing to holding point, Alpha X-ray, runway 27, via Zulu, Bristol. Didn't even need to look at the charts for that one.
Bristol traffic, Air 46 Papa Romeo, push back from stand 3 onto Zulu facing east whilst the company has passed.
Need to reset the bind for my keybind thingy. Has GSX disconnected me yet? No, they haven't. Come on, GSX.
Unlocking the nose gear.
Why can't you just call it a bread roll? That's what it is.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
No, I did start New Sky, didn't I? Yes, I did. Bacon bap. Bacon roll, noms. Any alternatives you could use, but with hands? Yeah, there's a little thing you can buy. I mean, like some sticks have got twist input anyway that you can use. The AB9, which doesn't by default, has a little thing that you can put in between the stick and the base, and then that is a twist. Muffin? Oh my word. I remember being so confused when I was working in Manchester once. I was in a builder's merchants and I needed to come back tomorrow, and I said, what time are you open? And he said 9 while 5. I was like, what? 9 while 5? What does that even mean? Never forget that. I just stood there looking so confused, and he was like, 9 till 5, mate. I was like, oh, right, cool, thanks. You could tell he was looking at me like, who is this idiot? Brake check. We're going to Dublin. In fact, let's update the top banner, shall we? There we go, look. New Sky has started yet. It's BAP. God, you lot. I'm going to have like a little chat with you all at Bristol. Bring you up to speed on things, I think.
Bristol traffic, Mike Airborne, Oakland, flight level 060.
Up north called dinner tea. So I'm not from up north, but I remember when I was a kid, my parents would say, what do you want for tea? And then I remember going to a friend's house and they said, what do you want for dinner? And I was like, well, dinner time was at like 12:30. What are you talking about dinner for? I remember finding that so confusing. Right, let's get our lights on. Start the clock. Tara. Is there anyone coming? Of course there isn't. It's Bristol. How many miles out are you? Not that many. Bristol traffic, N39 Victor, lining up, runway 27, Bristol. Sim Toolkit Pro is what updates the banner.
Bristol traffic, 46 Papa Romeo, taxiing Holy Point for runway 27 via Zulu Alpha.
Yeah, we'd have called it school dinners when I was a kid. You want, yeah, they will teach who's having school dinners. You have to put your hand up. Couple of turkey dinosaurs. Can't beat it. Right, let's try a flaps 1 takeoff. What was my... Up 0.7. Is that it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Bristol traffic, N39 Victor, taking off runway 27, Beacon 1 X-ray, Bristol. Right, flaps 1 takeoff then. Let's see, shall we? I'll hold it on the brakes.
Bristol traffic, N46 Papa, and we will hold short of 27 for a couple of minutes to give separation to the aircraft ahead, provided it gets off the runway.
Never in doubt. Oh, little bump there. Thank you, SoFly. 100 knots. It's alright. The hill will shoot us into V1, into the air. Look at that, no problem at all. Up we go. Positive climb. Gear up. Bristol traffic, Air Knot 39 Victor to all those concerned on the ground. Airborne out of 27, passing 2,000 feet, Bristol. Sounds. Dip ye old nose. Let the plane gather some speed.
Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your seatbelt fastened whilst the seatbelt sign is on. We
Bristol
recommend
traffic, Air Knot 46 Papa Romeo, lining up, taking
Laps
off
away.
27, reckon 1 X-ray departure.
There's the M5. We're in the soup. Passing through 5,000. Hopefully we'll get a puncher in a minute. Bristol traffic, Air Knot 39 Victor, climbing now flight level 280. Standard pressure. Beautiful. Get rid of the ground spoilers. I need to redo the bind for that when we land.
Bristol traffic, Air Knot 46 Papa Romeo, we got 027 passing 2,500, Bristol.
Lovely. Another contrail up there, love to see it. Coming up on 10,000 feet. Oh, wait, not the overhead panel. Just let him out. You're not a fan of Paris, Grumpy? Any way to not float and absolutely Ryanair the living hell out of the Phoenix? Well, yeah, I mean, I've managed it. It's a 321 non-Neo, but with the wing, with the sharks. I've got to be honest, Grumpy, I didn't have a... I didn't necessarily warm to Paris like I thought I would when I was there. Okay, so according to my flight computer, we will be landed into Dublin at 1 minute to 2. Curious how much we're going to make actually for this flight. Because we're fairly well loaded, aren't we? I'll go to my flights. Yeah. Full house, pretty much. Full house. And look at the difference. Taking a 321 versus a 320. Look at the difference in profit. 14 to 23,000. And we had a load of cargo going back. That was what killed us, I reckon, the lack of cargo when we went to Ibiza. Definite lack of cargo. But then coming back, the cargo demand was higher. That's how we make the money up. If you get a full 777 freighter, that thing will just demolish money. Do I also fly other planes? Yeah, fly all sorts. Yeah, I mean, when I went to Paris, it was the year after I'd just been to New York, and it just seemed so like tame compared to New York. Like New York was one of the greatest holidays I've ever been on, and then I went to Paris the next year. I was like, oh, I want to go back to New York. I got like massive New York envy being in Paris, which is weird because when you go to America, all they can talk about is Paris and Rome, and you know, want to go to Italy. Really weird. When we were in Vegas, we got roped into doing a timeshare presentation because they said they'll give us a free lunch, which I'm always down for a free lunch, and they said they'll give us show tickets, which were like worth $150, even if we just go and don't buy anything. So I was kind of curious. I wanted just to see what kind of nonsense was going to be spoken at the event, and I thought I'll just eat lunch while they talk rubbish at me. And they went around the room. Obviously, there's loads of people there. And the main guy was like, what brings you to Las Vegas? And everyone's like, oh, you know, we're from so-and-so, we're here on vacation, whatever. And then they said, so what's your dream holiday? And they were all saying, like the Americans particularly, all like Paris, Rome. It was almost like a huge ambition for them to get there. And some of them hadn't managed it yet, and that was like definitely something I definitely need to get to Paris. Definitely need to get to see Rome. Venice. So awkward. That whole presentation was so awkward. The timeshare, oh noms, the timeshare was nuts. Like the actual presentation, it was so weird. Like there was this guy that was sat there with a woman who I thought was his mum. And the guy doing the presentation, he was selling it hard. He was like in full swing. He really was working for his money, that guy, I can tell you. He was super animated, super like, let's go, like, big round of applause after like, you know, these guys are from England, hey! Like big round of applause. And the whole room obviously starts clapping as well, because they're like, what the hell do we do other than clap along with this guy, otherwise it'll be weird. Anyway, he gets to this couple, and I think like, he says, oh, what brings you to Las Vegas? And I remember looking, thinking, oh, isn't that nice? Brought his mum on holiday. Top bloke. And he goes, oh, what brings you to Vegas? I go, oh, we're on our honeymoon. I was like, oh, okay, got that one wrong. And the guy goes over, the presentation guy, and he's like, yeah, you're on your honeymoon, woo! Like fully, like, over the top, going for it. And then he says to the woman, yeah, give me a fist bump. And turns out, she didn't have a hand. And she sort of holds up her arm, and you can see the guy almost go like, oh, and he totally like freezes, and he sort of goes, woo, yeah, and turns around and goes back to the present, like the little podium that he was standing on. It's like, oh, that was so awkward. So awkward. I'm just sat there eating like this plate of sandwiches that they give me for free, being like, what the hell is going on? This is such a weird environment. And they were like properly like slamming hotels. Absolutely slamming. Like, hotels are rubbish. You guys don't want to go to hotels. Who goes to hotels? Ugh, hotels. Yuck. What you want is a timeshare apartment. Damn. Remember they took fire at Motel 6? Because the whole point, I think, of Motel 6 was that it was like $6. And now it's like something in 6, like 66, 76, 86. And the guy's like, well, they kept the 6. And everyone's like, ha 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 ha. Yeah, it was a hotel conference room, yeah. And then they take us around this venue. And they're showing us all the stuff and like... They sort of like split us off to individual reps, and this rep took us round. I said, look, cards on the table. I ain't buying shit. Like, I'm not I'm here for the show tickets, and that is it. Like, you might as well not waste your time. And then she goes, well, in that case, do you mind if we walk over the road to the cinema? Because I need to book some tickets for me and a friend to see a movie tonight. I'm like, sure, let's do that. That sounds way better. So just basically walked around with this girl doing her errands. And then she's like, I really do have to show you the place. I was like, all right, fine, we'll go and have a look at it. And then as soon as we walked in the door, it's like a bit flipped in her, and she just went into full hard sales mode, just like reeling it off. I was like, I told you I'm not going to buy it. She's like, oh yeah, I know, but you wait until you see this. Crazy. $380's not too bad, Hulk, that's alright. But it was like a meat grinder, that place. It really was a meat grinder. Like, clearly, the girl that took us round had failed. She had not converted us into a sale. Then they were like, oh, take a seat. And then, because obviously they drive you from the hotel to this other hotel, and then they've got you. And then it's all about, well, you have to get back. And, yeah, they said, I'll just wait here, and then we'll have a minibus take you back shortly. I was like, okay, great, cool, whatever. And then we get this, like, really rash woman come up to us. Almost being like, so you guys didn't like it, huh? It's like, well, yeah, pretty much, just don't want it. And then, turns out we've been, like, leveled up to, like, the serious salesperson. And she goes to town on us. In the end, she ends up doing the whole thing where it's like, I'm going to go and talk to my manager. And then she walks off into, like, an office that's like a glass cubicle, and you can see her being like really animated in there, like pointing, and the manager's there like, oh, behind the desk, clearly a show. And then she comes out, she's like, right, I've got a special deal for you. And she like writes it on a little bit of paper and slides it across the desk. Absolute madness. I said, I still don't want it. Like, you put any number on there, I'm not buying it. I was like, I'm not buying it. And then she goes, right, last chance. And then she goes into the manager again, comes out, she goes, I've got an even better deal for you. Like, this is, we're losing, we can't even really afford to be giving you this deal. This is that crazy. And I was like, nah, I don't want it, forget it. And then she got off and stormed off. And she's like, well, I'm from New York and I don't care. I'll close loads of people today, even if I don't close you. I was like, cool, good luck to you, see you later. And sure enough, matey boy and who I thought was his mum but is actually his wife, I look over and they're there like signing the paperwork. I was like, oh, for Christ's sake. Of course. Of course you two bought it. Oh, man. Anyway, after big shot salesperson had a go at us, I thought, well, that's it now. Surely it's time to go home. And they were like, right, go into that room over there and you can wait for your minibus. Almost like been sent to the naughty room. And then they made the point, say, had you purchased today from us, you'd now be going back to the hotel in a limousine that we'd provide for you. It's like, well, lucky for me, I like buses. And then we go through to this room, and then it's like, okay, now you can move through to what they call gifting, which is where they give you the show tickets. And there's this sweet little old lady, like, lovely lady. She's like, she appears initially to be just the person, oh, I'm just here to give you the tickets, let me just, oh, like, and then she like acts, oh, where have I put those tickets, what have I done with so and so, like, you know, sweet little old lady. And she's like, oh, where are you two from? And you tell her, oh, isn't that lovely? Oh, me and my husband, we really want to go to so-and-so, blah, 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 blah. You know, and it goes on and on like this. She's like going through the filing cabinet. Where are these tickets? What have I done with them? Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. And then she goes, just out of interest, would you consider this number? And she slides another little folded post-it note across the table. And it's like, oh, my God, you're in on it as well. Like, there was no escape. There was literally no escape. And then we're like, no, we really wouldn't consider that number. So to anyone that's signing for it in the main room, they could have saved a fortune if you just held out. Like, they probably said yes straight away, and they're like, oh, thank God. Like, the numbers were getting ridiculously lower to the point where I was like, God, maybe we should have gone for that. But, you know, we took the show tickets. Cirque du Soleil or whatever it is. In the MGM Grand it was. And to top it all off, I fell asleep through it. Couldn't believe that. Got to like the end of the show, my wife's like, you missed all that, didn't you? I was like, yeah, most of it, I'm not going to lie, I was pretty tired. So yeah, that was my timeshare experience in Vegas. It's when that little old lady, she totally caught me off guard. I remember thinking like, oh, isn't she so sweet? Like, we're safe now, she's not going to be nasty to us like the other ones were, she's just going to give us our show tickets and send us on our way. But no. No, no, no. If anyone's a spy, she was a spy. I'm not a spy. She properly tricked me. Right, it wants destination data. QNH 1009. Temperature 20. Wind 250 and 7. But the sandwiches were great at that hotel. They did a really nice little sandwich. Almost like a little Subway style thing, but like cut into thirds rather than halves. And then we were walking through the mall. Is it the Miracle Mile they call it? And this one guy stops us and he's like, hey, you guys, let me tell you about this awesome place. I was like, dude, is this another timeshare thing? And he's like, yeah, but you're going to love it. You know, like, you got to go and see it. And I was like, dude, I've just been to one. It sucked. Like, never going to another one of those again. And then he offered me $100 cash to go. And the gifts. Like, that's how desperate they are to get people in there. $100 cash to sit through another timeshare. You could pretty much make a living. Dublin traffic N 39 Victor descending through flight level 260 for flight level 070. Level by Sorin. Bristol, Dublin traffic. Bristol traffic. Idiot. Yeah, so the voice channel is, it's for us doing, if we ever do, a group of us do like group flights or long haul flights. If you've got the role of a pilot in the Discord, then you can join that. I can add you, Holt, if you want. We could just have a generic voice channel as well, I suppose, if people want to go in there and talk nonsense. Any planned long hauls? Not at this time, no. Not at this time. Yeah, clouds are default. People ask me that all the time. They always assume I'm using a weather add-on, and I always have to say, no, I'm not. Right, 20,000 feet. Let's have a nice landing into Dublin, shall we? Do we do the whole loop into Dublin? I think it will depend mostly... Mostly on what others are doing. Doesn't appear to be... Well, there's a Ryanair, they're clearly going Dublin, aren't they? No, they're going to Ireland West. What about you? Cork? Have we got the place to ourselves? You over there. I could potentially clash with this one. Potentially. I will monitor the situation. If it looks like a sensible idea, I will take the full sort of crescent, as it were. You're the 380? Which 380? Oh, this one. Is that you, Case? Oh yeah, there you are, look. Hi. Now we can probably get away with auto brakes low into Dublin, can't we? Because it's a big old, it's a big old place. That'd be 74.8 landing weight. Blimey, only just though. It's going to take us right down the end. You're running heavy. We jump off at Sierra. Ooh. Yeah, let's go for low. Now on. Where are you going? You're going down to Cork. Where are you going? Amsterdam. You're leaving Dublin to go to Marrakesh. Yeah, so my only concern really is whatever LHX is. What airline's LHX? Because apparently LHX is arriving even before EasyJet at this rate. That's what it calculates, but there's only going to be like a minute in it. So I don't know. What I might do is go cost index 5. You swear VATSIM hates you almost all the way near landing, they all go offline. Oh, that happens to me all the time. Happens to me all the time. It's become a bit of a running joke at this point. The amount of times we've been having a lovely flight, we think we're going to fly into some ATC, and then it goes away. It's so weird and annoying, but like, I don't know what else to do, really. Like, people say, oh, fly at night time, you'll get more ATC, you'll get more viewers, neither of which have been true. Particularly with the ATC. You seem to be just flying into the darkness of Unicom most of the time. Let's get passengers belted in. Try say intentions. Trouble is then, you've then got to make 2 lots of calls, haven't you? You've got to make a call to Unicom. If say intentions tells you to do something, you've got to make a call. Back to say intentions, and then another call to Unicom. Unless, of course, say intentions just lets you follow your predetermined flight route anyway, in which case, what's the point? No one makes calls. Well, you bloody should make calls on Unicom. Let me tell you that. Need to be careful. I'm going to get branded as a Unicom warrior like Grumpy. Where can I get the monitor of the Airbus? What, this one? This is the one you're talking about? Yeah, so that comes from Amazon. I've got a video on the channel all about it. I think I released it in like February, if you scroll back. Yeah, there's a couple of potential shared cockpit ones we're thinking of doing. They are in the pipe. Well, the idea's in the pipe, put it that way. Okay, so LHX is going straight in by the look of it. I'm going to do the full thing, I think. Do you not have a good time with it then, Noms? Yeah, I don't understand. Like I said in that VATSIM video I did, Grumpy, or no, the VA video, like, no, what was it? Whatever video I made and I was talking about it. I don't understand. Like, that into East Midlands was absolutely nonsense, wasn't it, that we had? What software for the second monitor? I use Pop-Out Manager, but Glass Out is another option that I'd like to try. Ben picking 1 PF and 1 PM so you don't have to transfer it, much less risky. Okay. But yeah, like all that nonsense, Grumpy, that we had into East Midlands, I don't just... I feel so confused by all of that. Just why in the world would you go onto VATSIM if that's your attitude? To connect mid-air. And then basically get in someone's way that's in a massive jet on the latter part of a star, and to then respond with, I'll do whatever I want. It's like, why are you on VATSIM? Turn off VATSIM and do whatever you want, not on VATSIM. I don't understand that. Why don't you just right click and then put it on the monitor? Because that's an extra step every time. Pop-Out Manager.
46 Papa Romeo. We are currently just shy of 11 miles from Sorin. We're going to plan to do the entire arrival for the batteries for Lima.
Yeah, Pop-Out Manager, you can basically set it up once and then you just click a button and it will auto pop them every time and get them in the right place. Makes it way easier and quicker.
SDF 55 Victor here. I'm unable to hear you.
Dublin traffic Air 39er Victor, just to confirm we will also be flying the full arrival for Vati for Lima into 28 left, Dublin traffic. Is it me or is that one not moved?
55 Victor will also be flying the whole arrival, probably before the 45 Papa Romeo.
Do I have stuff from Wind Wing? Yeah, Wind Control, yeah.
And just to advise that on 46 Papa Romeo, we're going to slow to 200 knots just to slot in behind the Lufthansa City.
Cheers, Jamie. Could use Glass Out, yep. But then Pop-Out Manager does work. So I feel like I'd be fixing something that isn't broken. So there's that element to it as well. Some people say that glass out gives better performance. How does glass out work? Does it do exactly the same thing in terms of it pops stuff out, or is it doing something fancier? You alright, Sly? It's GPU imagery. What does that mean, Knobs? Cheers, Sly. It's Flight Sim 24. I should just do a shortcut now, shouldn't I? Cut everyone up. God, it takes ages this bit, doesn't it? We're only halfway round. Ugh. Definitely no time to get back to Bristol, that's for sure. That'll be Thursday's job, I reckon. I feel like we should maybe do something different on Thursday. Never know, we might have an iFly by then. Ooh. Basically, it grabs it from the cache of the GPU, so there's no limitations on what you can pop out. Oh. What desk do you have? And when you had your Thrustmaster Airbus set up, how did you do the mounting? It's just IKEA worktop, and the little bit of the mounting was like these little bits that I screwed into the underside, just offcuts of the worktop. You've been to the Gime, Rob. Good for you. I'm gonna go flaps 1. Just so we can dip our nose a little bit. Help the plane out. What's distances looking like? 8 miles. Yeah, that should work, shouldn't it? That should work. Do you think I should buy the Thrustmaster Boeing yoke or wait for the next Thrustmaster yoke? Well, it depends what sort of yoke you want, because looking at the new yoke that we saw, that looks more like a GA yoke. Like it's on a little pole that you kind of pull in and out like you would on like a Cessna, whereas this is more like a Boeing that replicates it being anchored to the floor, because it sort of pivots backwards and forwards. So really depends what you want. Good to see Thrustmaster making some stuff again though. It's good. Jim! You just made it. Right on time, Jim. Right on time. We've been busy today, Jim. We've been up from Ibiza to Bristol, and now we're just doing Bristol to Dublin. Is Glass Out paid then? Is that a paid app? Tenner. Okay. And the advantage over Pop-Out Manager is that it's what? More performant? Would it be better than the SATEC yoke? I don't know. I don't know. Never tried the SATEC. SATEC's getting old now, isn't it? That is what is now Logitech. It's pretty long in the tooth at this point. But down we go. Where's EasyJet gone? It disappeared. Oh, okay. How is it doing that then, Noms? Is it like putting data from the sim onto its own thing that it's rendering rather than just popping out? Oh, okay. So it's kind of data feed driven then. That's quite clever then. Quite a lot of work for them to do to make all the little things work for loads of different planes. Dublin traffic, Air 39 Victor, 2 miles out from Pizza. We are on the Vati 4 Lima, transitioning at Pizza for 28 left, Dublin. In my non-pilot opinion, if you were a new FO, would you be able to whip up the courage to tell a long-time captain to go around? Be a bit awkward, wouldn't it? But if it didn't look right, surely if your own life was in danger, you probably would. Jim says add the SATEC yoke and it's awful for landing as you can't do small movements without it getting stuck. Oh, what, like stiction? Yeah, it's like 20 years old at this point. Where should we park today then? You can make templates for your screen and then change profiles when changing planes. Okay. My monitor's actually a TV, believe it or not. 2,500 feet for Max Ev. Okay, let's get the approach mode on. Nearly there now. Laps 2. Go 160 until 5. Go flaps 3. Dublin traffic, not 39 Victor established on the ILS for 28 lefts, 8 miles to run, Dublin. Cloudy here today.
2,500.
Get out. BF of 145. Right, we've got auto brake low set. Flaps are armed. Speed brakes. Sorry, flaps are full. Speed brakes armed. Lights are set. Go around altitude is set. QNH checked. Yeah, that's right, Corey. You need to probably go for 3 reds most of the time. It's a bit of a issue. A330 driver did a video all about it. Right, let's do it. Concentrating now. That wind is shifting around on me there. I felt that. Could you feel that drift? Okay, the wind has died off significantly now. It was like 20 knots. Now it's shifting around again.
500.
Dublin traffic, City Alpha Victor, established on localizer 28 left on 7.5 miles 5.
100 above. Minimum.
Continue.
$100. 50, 40, 30, 20. Retard. 5.
And there goes the engine. Versus away. I'm going to take the full runway. Rarely do I use this exit to get off of 28 left. Very rarely. Come on, little joystick. I think my little joystick on the Thrustmaster yoke's getting sticky. Let's keep that engine rolling. Boop, 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 boop. those 4 reds, I'm not convinced they were 4 reds. I feel like 3 reds is generally pretty good here in this scenery. So 3 reds is the equivalent of 4 reds. Dublin traffic, A039, Victor, clear of to it left. Right. APU is firing. Yeah, that felt more on the centre line. Still not sorted the eye tracker. No, I need to have a look at that.
46 Papa Romeo, we've just turned final. We're establishing on 28 left with 9.5 miles to run.
Beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen, the cabin crew will shortly be leaving their seats to perform safety.
The landing rate is done by New Sky. Yeah, I feel like I dipped a little bit on short final. I know we got 4 reds and the glide slope call out. Visually, I didn't think it looked too bad. I feel like if you come in with 2 reds, 2 whites here, that's too much in any case. And we're down. Who's that? Is that one of us? Or is that someone else? No, that's Lufthansa, isn't it? I'll speed myself along so Lufthansa can get off. Which is easier said than done when you've only got 1 engine. Now, where are we going to go? Dublin traffic, A039 Victor, taxiing to stand 124 via Sierra Whiskey 1, Hotel 1, and Link 4, Dublin. There you go, Grumpy, just for you.
Dublin traffic, City at 55 Victor, clear up runway 28 left.
Thanks, A046 Papa Romeo, runway 4 miles final, 28 left.
It's a big old taxi now, isn't it? Once you get to Dublin along Sierra. What is Meridian? Meridian, is that a company that spun out of another company? Or am I getting confused? Spun out of Honeycomb. Okay. I sort of feel like I'm just fixated on what Wind Control are up to at the moment. Whiskey 2.
Traffic, Nordic 6, Charlie Mike, official start stand 110, Dublin traffic.
I'll have a look in a bit, Joanna, see what you've done. Yeah, the whole Pappy's thing with the sim, I'd love it if they fixed that in like Sim Update 6 or something. Obviously we dipped a little bit low there, it went 4 reds, which should have been a go-around really, but in my mind I didn't, because you almost have to offset all the Pappies by 1. So 3 reds is kind of alright. But then the minute we went to 2 reds, 2 whites, I started feeling like I was coming in high. It's like, oh damn. It does make me very jealous of X-Plane. It's like you might as well forget it with Flight Sim. Once you get close, it's like the ILS, the PAPIs. Sometimes the ILS is off from the PAPIs. So like if you just tell the plane to auto-land, PAPIs are a mile out, and the ILS is right, or the PAPIs are right, and the ILS is wrong. It's like, which is it, you know? So I give up. Dublin traffic, Air 39 Victor, crossing 34 via Whiskey 1.
And Dublin traffic, Air 46 Papa Inno, we have 028 left on Sierra 5.
Frankfurt, I always get a glide slope warning. I don't know why. Just do. That's that, really. GSX. Where am I going? Don't know. Two, 4.
City Alpha Victor, crossing runway 16 and 51, Dublin traffic.
And Dublin traffic, Air 39 Victor, clear of runway 3416. Straight ahead.
Dublin traffic, City Alpha Victor, clear of runway 16.
There's 124. Happy to set on the wheel to eye ratio. If you land on a runway which is normally used for smaller planes, they're way off. But then on next plane, they're not, are they? They're not as. I don't doubt that there's differences.
Possibly stand 122 via Whiskey 1, Hotel 1, Foxtrot Outer.
I don't doubt that there's, you know, differences between all of them, but I feel like Microsoft Flight Simulator is particularly egregious when it comes to stuff like this. Need to make real pappies. Come on.
Crossing runway 30.
Dublin traffic Nordic 6
That'll do.
taxi Charlie Link 7 kilo November 1 for holding 28 right. Dublin traffic.
Alright. APU then is fired, so. Let's see what New Sky made of that. New Sky, 10 out of 10. Great touchdown, challenging conditions, 220 feet, 1.27 G. That'll do. That was more on the centre line. Ideally, I wouldn't have dipped a little bit there on short final, but I feel like it was within range. I don't really trust the Pappy so much here, to be honest with you, particularly on this scenery. But yeah, that was good fun. That was good fun. So next leg on the Bristol tour then is back to Bristol. Where do we go after that? Where do we go after that? Prague. Oh, love it. Prague. So Dublin, Bristol, Bristol, Prague next stream then. That could be a good one, couldn't it? Oh, I love a bit of Prague, especially now we've got the scenery. Then Malaga. Oh, God, Malaga. Oh, boy. That could be interesting. Malaga scares the bejesus out of me. Then Munich. Well, we're getting some big ones. Parma. Toulouse. Verona. Innsbruck. Seville. Barcelona. Oh, Barcelona. Not been there ever. Palermo. Alicante. Vienna. Lisbon. And then we go to GVAC, wherever that is, all the way down there. Holy moly. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. There's a video online when you see the driver sat in his truck when suddenly the glass is shattered. Wow. That's crazy. Wow, wow, wow. Well, welcome to Dublin, everybody. Thank you for your company today. Thank you very much. There's another air rack revision. Is that Jim? Oh, damn. Thank you for your company. Thank you for all your support. Really, I appreciate you all so much. Thank you all for making this possible. You're all legends, all of you. Well, except for Noms. Then, I'm joking, Noms. Be sure to check out Noms' website as well.
Nordic 6 Charlie Mike supporting 28 right of the traffic.
Was it virtualairlinesdirect.net? Is that the one? Show Joanna's app. Hold on. Hold the bells. Let's have a little look at Joanna's thing. Yeah, go and check out Noms' website. If you're a VA owner, also list your website on there. And we'll have a little look at Joanna's thing. Oh my god. Joanna, what have you been doing? Ooh. Wow, 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 wow. That is that Edinburgh to London one's a popular one, isn't it? Both Gatwick and Heathrow by the look of it. What else have you got, Joanna? Flippin' heck. Yeah, there's a lot of blue that's not getting touched there, isn't there? Wow. Iceland's popular. And the Iceland to Nook is popular. That's surprising. That is surprising. I feel like we need a table of data as well, Joanna, to get... These numbers are a little bit sketchy to read, aren't they? I suppose if you zoom in, though, it will zoom in and clear out. Dubai's popular. God, there's so much we can get rid of, isn't there? I mean, really, if someone goes, oh, but I like to fly that one route occasionally, great, do it as a free flight. I kind of feel like that's my take on that, to be honest. Do you know what I mean? Like, for anyone that says, please add a route from here to here to here, and it's not profitable for us to do it, it's like, well... do a free flight. You can go anywhere you want. Then there's no problem, is there? God damn. That's crazy. Look at it all. Look at it all. Huh. So Istanbul's fairly popular. London's like the main thing for it, isn't it? Like London, 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 London. Bergen as well, that's another one. Eddie, most of those are probably grumpy, to be honest. Wow. Very, very interesting stuff. Thank you, Joanna, for putting that together. That's incredible. Get out of here. Stupid little overlay. Why are you go away, overlay. I don't want the overlay. Anyway, guys. Numbers are... No, I think it's number of flights flown, Roy, I think. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Guys, thank you for today. Thank you very much indeed. It's been lovely to spend the day hanging out with you. No evening stream tonight. I am buried in video work. And yeah, I've got to just move the needle on that, I'm afraid, get my head down and plough through it. There's certain times where it's just like 5 videos all come along at once. And you just got to get through them. So I do apologise. But thank you all very much indeed. I will see you Thursday, same time, if not before. Have a lovely couple of days. Enjoy the England game on Wednesday if you're watching. I am going to watch it because, even though I'm not really a football person, I do like an England World Cup. So we'll see. Anyway, thank you. Look after yourselves. I will see you all soon. Ta-da.